or in person. Written comments are welcome anytime. For members of the public who may be attending remotely tonight and are looking forward to addressing the council, I'm sorry for the inconvenience that may have caused you. Okay, first up, we have the mayor's report. Mayor Wheeler.
Well, good evening, Council President Chamberlain, Council Vice President, members of the council. I just have one update I would like to give you. You have important agenda items and important testimony to consider, and so I'm going to free up some time and let you get that started. All right, so this project is the one downtown here at Washington Avenue and 11th Street. And it's a full reconstruction of 11th Street and Washington Avenue, anticipated between February and May 2024. And so what you see up here is just, it's just a different graphic to give you some of the main highlights of this project. Temporary closure of 11th Street and Washington Avenue will take place between Pacific Avenue to the north of the Manette Bridge, with no through traffic except local access areas for residents on Pleasant, Highland, and Lower Washington. A traffic detour will be in place for through traffic via Pacific Avenue and 6th Street, and sidewalk detours will be provided. Since the project includes full reconstruction of the roadway, the closure allows the work to happen safely and efficiently and will meet project timelines this year. Access to and from the Manette Bridge will remain open, and the Manette Bridge and Washington Avenue signal will remain operational. Minor delays are expected during morning and afternoon peak commute hours. We are communicating the closure to area residents, and signage will be posted before the temporary roadway closure. And so, Dave, could you give me the next slide, please? We have been coordinating with the Bremerton School District and Kitsap Transit about the temporary closure and traffic detour. Please be sure to contact them for information on changes to routes, schedules, or stops. That's just a little bit more information. The previous slide had a Q code, and of course, you've got this up here with the website. There's a lot of information just in what I'm presenting here. We're ready to answer questions from the public if something comes our way. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Okay.
Thanks for saving us a couple minutes too. Next up, we have the consent agenda.
Thank you, President Chamberlain. For approval on the consent agenda are the following items. A, claims and check register. Approval of the following checks and electronic fund transfers. One, check numbers 405506 through 405623 and EFT numbers V40064 through V0148, and the grand total amount of $2,861,943.81. Two, regular payroll for pay period ending December 31st, 2023, in the amount of $1,025,081.92. Three, regular payroll for payouts for the pay period ending December 31st, 2023, in the amount of $64,962.81. B, minutes of meeting January 3rd, 2024. C, minutes of study session January 10th, 2024. D, ordinance number 5489 to amend BMC Chapter 2.50.032 entitled Actual Salary Rate. E, eliminate one civil engineer 2 position and add one engineering project manager position. F, resolution number 3370 in support of KRCC Surface Transportation Program grant application for 6th Street Active Transportation Improvements Project. G, resolution number 3371 in support of KRCC grant application for 11th Street Roadway Preservation Project. H, resolution number 3372 in support of Brian Abbott Barrier Removal Board grant application for the Parish Creek Fish Barrier Removal Project. I, professional services agreement with Parametrics Inc. for East 9th Street Stormwater Improvement Project. J, resolution number 3373 to establish a water franchise agreement with the City of Port Orchard. And K, modification number 2 to the professional services agreement with Seattle's Finest LLC for security services at Bremerton Municipal Court. This concludes the reading of the consent agenda.
Thank you, Ms. Hoover. Does any member of the public wish to comment on any one of these consent agenda items? And make sure to please state your name.
I'm Mike Simpson, and President Chamberlain, I would ask you that you have the city clerk, please, Miss Hoover, please reread item number E, because I think she inadvertently cut it off and went to the next item.
I'm sorry, did you say E?
E like Edward.
Ms. Hoover?
E, eliminate 1 civil engineer position and add 1 engineering project manager position.
Because the minutes that you have provided to the public have more information. So they don't jive.
Oh, I see. So what I have written down, thank you, is eliminate 1 civil engineer 2 position and add 1 engineering project manager position at band 16 of the management professional confidential and fiduciary salary plan. Is that what you're specifically asking for clarification on?
Yes, please.
Thank you.
And thank you for doing that. I also have a question about K. I'd like to see that on the general general business, simply so that the public can see this. It's the courthouse security is something that is kind of near and dear to my heart, and I would like the rest of the public to hear some of the presentation that goes along with it, so that they'll understand what's going to change with security at the courthouse. Thank you.
Thank you. Does any other member of the public wish to comment on one of the consent agenda items?
Roy Runyon, Bremerton. Well, during last week's study session, as you probably know, I sent maybe a dozen emails to the council while the study session was going on. One of the items I didn't ask about was item K, which is a modification to the PSA with Seattle's Finest LLC for courthouse security. $94 an hour. I also am concerned about extending the service to the Marvin Williams Center and asked if that met security requirements or security standards that the courthouse does. So I got responses to that, but I am concerned about the cost of that security contract and hope that you will consider looking at possibly trying to bring this in-house, finding some way to make this more cost-effective for the citizens. Thanks.
Thank you. Does any other member of the public wish to comment on one of the consent agenda items? Okay, seeing none, I'll go to,
Point of order.
oh, I apologize. Looks like we have somebody online. Christy Lyson, you're up.
Hi, this is a comment about the agenda in general. I had followed the instructions in the meeting packet to get permission to speak on item 6C. And the clerk's voicemail says she's on extended leave and she gave other numbers to contact, which all went straight to voicemail. So I was unable to ask permission, and I have mobility issues, and I also have COVID right now. So this is my only way of trying to get permission.
Thank you, Ms. Lyson. I think in this particular instance, I'm going to go ahead and grant you permission. You're the only online person with permission via Zoom to comment on, let's see, can you remind me the item you said, 6C?
6C, the anti-Semitism definition.
Yes, ma'am. We'll go ahead and allow it for you. Thank you for
Thank you.
bringing our attention.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Is there any other member of the public that would like to comment on a consent agenda item? Okay, seeing none, I'll go to the council.
Move to approve the consent agenda. Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is there seeing no further discussion? Shall we vote on the consent agenda?
Councilmember Frye,
Yes.
Coughlin,
Yes.
Rebelowski,
Yes.
Goodnow,
Yes.
Mochler,
Yes.
Younger,
Yes.
Chamberlain.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
All right, next up, we have public recognition. I'm going to read the script. I'm going to give you some other advice too as we move forward on this. Next up, as noted on the agenda, public recognition provides an opportunity for attendees to address the council on any issue not already on tonight's agenda. So many of you are here for one of the general business items. This is not the opportunity to speak on that. Please save your comments for when those specific items come up. There will be no public comments accepted via Zoom for a temporary period of time. And with that, please line up at the podium, wait to be recognized. Please make sure to say your name for public record. And you'll have 3 minutes. There's a timer system on the dais. The green light, which is the one on the very left, will light up when it's your turn. When you have is it 30 seconds? When you have 30 seconds left, the center light, which is yellow, will light up. And when your time is over, it will be the red light, the one on the very right. And so I'm going to be we have a lot of folks here, so I'm going to be pretty specific about cutting folks off when the red light goes on. Okay.
Mary Lou Long, longtime resident of Bremerton. I'm here once again to encourage the council to start our public meetings with the Pledge of Allegiance. I will not take up a lot of the time because I know there are a lot of people here that want to speak, which is a good sign of good open interaction between the council and the citizens. And with that, if anyone would like to stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance, I'm going to lead you in that right now. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Julie Warner, and I'm the chairperson for Citizens for Bremerton Schools Committee. I'm here to share information and answer any questions about the school funding measures on the February 13th ballot. The levy is a continuation of current services that must be passed every 2 years, and the bond is the first bond Bremerton School District has asked voters for in 18 years. The levy funds 15% of the school district's budget, including over 20% of teachers, 80% of safety and maintenance, and 100% of extracurricular activities such as athletics, music, and theater. The levy is critical for
Ms. Warner, I'm going to ask the clock to stop for just a moment. I need clarification on an issue, and I'm so sorry to interrupt you. I need to confer with our lawyers because I'm not quite sure if we're allowed to use this opportunity to speak on ballot measures. So I want to confer with them to find out whether or not that's actually allowable. And
But
that's
I'm a citizen,
Yes, ma'am.
so I can.
We're going to save your time. You're going to get all of your time. So hold your place on the
Okay.
speech just in case we can let you keep.
Sure.
moving forward.
Generally speaking, public facilities like meeting rooms and podiums and public meetings like this that are televised can't be used to promote ballot measures. And that's in accordance with state law and PDC rules.
Okay, so I can't finish. Okay.
I'm so sorry, Ms. Warner. Please know that it's not an endorsement of either yay or nay on what you're saying. It's just the PDC rules. So,
Okay.
thank you very much for your time. I apologize.
Hello, Joey Hayes. Stop me if this pertains to one of the measures, because this pertains to homelessness, but not to the actual measures under general. To my understanding, when the Kitsap Rescue Mission opens up their Pacific Avenue shelter in Port Orchard, they're actually leaving the Quality Inn location. So we're actually losing beds. Are we trying to do anything to stop that from happening? To potentially not lose? And I've asked this question, so correct me if I'm wrong on this, because I've been told, yes, the Quality Inn location's closing, and no, it's not closing.
Well, this generally isn't a Q&A time period. So, Ms. Hayes, have you written in public comment to ask that question?
No, it wasn't meant to be a question. Sorry.
Okay, rhetorical. Sorry.
It was a rhetorical question. Sorry.
Please continue.
I just think it's really important that we can protect those beds, because in general, people like to stay where they are, and people are not going to want to go to Port Orchard if they're from Bremerton, even if there's transportation. Some of them won't want to. Port Orchard's kind of far. And I just think it's something that should be taken under consideration to protect those shelter beds so that we're not making a very tiny net gain, but we're making a full net gain with the Pacific Avenue building. That's all I had to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Roy Runyon, Bremerton. I'm not advocating for or speaking against the EPO levy, Bremerton School District, or the school bond, but what I suggest citizens, taxpayers, and parents ask themselves is, what are the full cost of these measures and whether or not they will be effective in achieving a level of academic excellence that we really need? And you could look at the OSPI report card for the Bremerton School District, and you can answer that yourself. So that's all I have to say. Thanks.
I'm sorry, I'm very confused.
So, okay. How much time did she have left for her? We stopped the clock, so I want to give her time back to ask a question, but I want to make sure she has equal time.
2.5 minutes.
So she has 2.5 minutes left.
Correct.
Again, this is a reminder that we're not allowed to use this space for ballot measures, promoting ballot measures.
Can we repeat exactly what he said? 'Cause that's,
Well, he's already used his public comment
Okay.
time.
as long as I don't speak about a specific ballot measure.
Correct. If
And
you
I
speak
don't, okay.
generically about items, and I want, can we stop the clock one more time? Because I want to make sure she gets all of her time. So specifically, one thing to remember is that Bremerton School District is a different municipality in essence than
Right.
the city of Bremerton. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Please go ahead, Ms. Warner.
I will tell you that there is an existing levy that funds 15% of the school district budget at this time. That's the existing one that stands in place. That funds includes over 20% of teachers, 80% of safety and maintenance, and 100% of extracurricular activities such as athletics, music, and theater. As for buildings within the school district grounds, we have 2 very old school buildings built in 1969 and 1952 respectively. We also have an alternative ed high school that is housed in portables that were delivered in 1986. So I would like to make sure people consider information that's truthful and factual when it comes to thinking about funding for the school district, and make sure that their facts are double checked and that there are issues in the past with, especially, and I know this isn't your purview, but on the county auditor's site and voter ballots or the voter pamphlet where there is false information presented. So please do your research. Information can be found at the school district website, which is bremertonschools.org. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Warner. Does any other member of the public wish to comment on, or I'm sorry, for public recognition?
Well, Council President, I'm Mike Simpson. You are familiar with me. I live in District 6, and I have a couple of issues that I need to address to the council. One, I would like you to restore the Pledge of Allegiance that Mary Lou Long has been advocating for quite some time now, that I advocated for when I was on the council. You should also restore the invocation, simply because it is a time for someone to come forward to the city and provide beneficial words and blessings to the city. Now, the invocation is neither a statement of religion or a statement against religion. It is simply someone who comes in and presents the city council with kind words and good wishes. I know that we have yourself that has actually provided an invocation to the, for the city council. Also, Councilmember Younger has provided an invocation for the city council in the past. And it stands to reason that because other entities do this, we should do this. Now, the other issue that I do have is of vital importance. It is the street that I live on Snyder. So My neighbor Gary has had his fence smashed into 4 times by people who blow through the intersection at Snyder and 15th. This is a T intersection, and this is not a very well managed intersection. It's poorly constructed. It has bad visibility, and we have advocated on the Snyder Speedway for speed bumps to be placed in the 1500 block of that specific street for years. And even when I was on the council, I tried to get it done. Now it should be done because the city knows that with the 4th time that this fence has been smashed into, and this time it didn't just cause a small amount of damage where a fence post got knocked over. This was a steel and concrete chain link fence that had been replaced less than 2 years ago for the same reason, because some drunken idiot plowed through the intersection at a high speed, far greater than the posted speed limit, and recklessly damaged this fence line, went through his garage, destroyed a car in the garage, and shot that car through the side of the garage into the neighbor's fence line. Now, this is a public safety issue and needs to be dealt with. The city council was aware of this sort of thing happening before and failed to act. It needs to rectify the situation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Council. My name is Kale Nainoa Asantista, and I'm just letting you guys know that I'm pretty much like frontline warrior for us homelesses because I'm homeless as well. Since 21, I came to Bremerton, but I love this place and I support everybody that wants to get off the street. So I'm right here and I am staying.
Thank you. Is there any other member of the public that would like to comment on one of the consent agenda items? Anybody online? Public recognition, thank you. Is there anybody online for public recognition? Okay. So with that, I will close public recognition and move on to general business.
General business item 6A, easement exchange with Meridian Terrace LLC and vacant land use purchase and sale agreement. Presenter is Public Works and Utilities Forestry Manager Sean Walsh.
Evening, Council. So I'm here tonight to present on a proposed easement exchange with Meridian Terrace. Meridian Terrace is an adjacent landowner to city utility land. They're proposing an easement exchange agreement with a land sale to the city once the easement deal is put in place. As Forestry Division Manager, security is one of my biggest concerns. Our strict control of the Union River watershed and the surrounding utility lands allows the city to maintain its unfiltered status. Added residences adjacent to the city utility lands could create the potential for more trespass and potential theft, an already pressing issue for the city utility lands. This agreement has been negotiated between the city and Meridian so that the result of this agreement is a net improvement to city watershed security. Next slide, please. So as a quick refresher, the Union River watershed property owned by the city is surrounded by utility land that has been acquired in the past to operate as an additional buffer to the Union Reservoir. This enhances the security around Casad Dam and the associated infrastructure. The utility lands are secured with gates and no public access is allowed. Please see here that the Meridian Terrace property is indicated with the green property line squares. Next slide, please. Meridian Terrace is a landowner adjacent to city utility land that will be developing their property for housing. They have submitted a request to the city for easement access off McKenna Falls Road, which is the main access to the city's intake facility as well as Casad Dam. Meridian's property is downstream of the watershed tributary area, so the main concern would be increased presence of people. Next slide, please. Meridian is proposing to the city an agreement that has 3 parts. The first is an easement exchange that would give Meridian a 30-foot access and utilities easement off city property that would give them access to 3 of their parcels. In exchange, the city would receive a 30-foot easement exchange on Meridian property that would give the city access to a culvert and supporting head wall that is encroaching on Meridian property as of right now. This would provide the city maintenance access to critical infrastructure. Meridian would also sell a portion of their property to the city that would act as an additional buffer between their new development and city property. Finally, to access their property, Meridian needs this existing city gate relocated approximately 100 feet west. If the agreement goes through, Meridian will relocate the city gate as well as construct several improvements to city property to increase security. This will include a new chain link fence as well as access blocking to make sure that vehicles can't maneuver around the new gate. Next slide, please. Pictured here is the proposed easement exchange. The green area indicates the easement area given to Meridian for their development, as well as access to the area needed to construct the improvements to city property. The red area is the easement that will be given to the city so that we can access the culvert and head wall that is encroaching on Meridian property. Access to this culvert is vital as a water main and utilities run underneath the access road, and if there are any issues with the culvert, it could impact access to vital infrastructure. Next slide, please. Once Meridian has completed their single-family residence and issued an occupancy permit, or 2 years have passed, whichever occurs first, Meridian will complete a boundary line adjustment and sell the pictured parcel to the city, and that's outlined in yellow there. Exact acreage is unknown until the boundary line adjustment is completed, but is estimated to be approximately 4 acres. Price is based upon Kitsap County 2024 assessed value. They will also be giving the city access to this property through the red polygon there. This will be their access road that they will be using to get to the houses and will provide the city increased presence so that we can patrol the areas as well as post signage as need be. Next slide, please. Depicted in this graphic is the improvements Meridian will construct when or if the agreement is approved. They will relocate the existing gate approximately 100 feet west to allow for the construction of their access road. They will also construct approximately 300 feet of 6-foot-high chain link fencing to reinforce city property security, as well as strategically place large boulders and eco blocks to impede vehicle access around the fencing. This work will be paid for entirely by Meridian and will meet the specifications that have been agreed upon between the city and Meridian. And as a reminder to council members, all of the development permits is through Kitsap County as the Meridian property is outside of city limits. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Walsh. Does any member of the public wish to comment on this item?
Roy Runyon, Bremerton. Well, glad the city is working with a private developer to develop their property. That's great. The comment I made last study session, I sent an email. We should also include a provision in the easement agreement to add to the title that the owner, the property owner, and future owners will not object to a possible annexation. So these lots are adjacent to city of Bremerton, are adjacent to the city limits. If for whatever reason we decide we want to expand out in that direction, then we don't want to have someone to be able to object to an annexation. And we've had this issue come up before, specifically in East Bremerton in the Illahee area. And so that would be a simple provision to add. I don't see why the private property owner would object to that. So I suggest an amendment to your easement agreement to incorporate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Council President, Mike Simpson. I live in District 6. And I'd like to echo Mr. Runyon's comments about the easement agreement. I believe that you should amend the easement agreement to require the sale to be part of the city, to be annexed into the city. It should be a condition of any time that we're doing improvements outside the city. It would avoid some of the litigation that can happen. And we've seen that with the bad decision that the council made about extending city services to Illahee outside of the city. at an incredible cost and, as yet to be determined amount that we're going to have to fight in court on the city's dime. Using the people's money to have to do that is a poor use of city money. But in this case, having the amendment to the ordinance so that the easement agreement go through and require annexation into the city would prevent that. I also note that in the very good presentation that Sean did. Good job on that. I know you seem kind of nervous, but you still did a good job. But in one of the slides, it said that they're doing a quick claim deed. Generally, a quick claim deed means that it's being given to the city. That would raise a question in my mind about that. And if you can expound on that, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, I definitely encourage you to write in with your questions. Does any other member of the public wish to comment on this item? Okay. Seeing none, I will close public comment and look to the council for a motion. Councilor Younger.
Move to approve the easement exchange and vacant land purchase and sale agreement between the city of Bremerton and Meridian Terrace, and authorize the mayor to finalize and execute the agreement with substantially the same terms and conditions as presented.
Councilor Fry.
Second.
And we are open for discussion. Councilor Younger.
No questions or concerns. Talked about this in Public Works Committee. We talked about it and discussed it in study session last week. And Mr. Walsh gave an excellent presentation tonight. Covers all the issues. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Fry. Sorry about that.
No real questions or comments, except that I do value our water source. Bremerton is very fortunate to have that water. It's so pristine, and I think we take a great care of it. I'm sorry that we're having to take care of this at this state, but we must go onward.
Thank you. Vice President Mockler.
Thanks, Council President Chamberlain. So I'm speaking up against this. And specifically, I'm responding to Forrester Walsh's expressed concern for the security of the area. And I share his concerns, and I think we all do. But of course, the security of the forest is there to protect the cleanliness and purity of the water in our reservoir. So biting into the area around the watershed is not only bad for someone with an ecological background, but it's also in contravention of GMA goals as defined in RCW 3670A 020. Reduce sprawl, reduce the inappropriate conversion of undeveloped land. Environment, protect the environment and enhance the state's high quality of life, including air and water quality and the availability of water. Here, we are saying that you can purchase a landlocked parcel and then we will give you access to that parcel at the expense of undeveloped land. This, I just can't speak strongly enough, but I'm going to stop. I really recommend we vote against this.
Thank you, Vice President Mockler. Councilor Coughlin.
Thank you, President Chamberlain. Just I want to honor the public comment, Attorney Finnell. Is it possible to write into a contract like this to require a person or persons to agree to a future, I guess annexation would be a vote or contract? Would that be enforceable?
My recommendation would be if we need an answer on that, that we defer and have an executive session to discuss that.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to take that as it's complicated and not straightforward, and appreciate that, that information. That's all.
Thank you. Do any other counselors wish to discuss this item? I have nothing to discuss. Counselor Roblowski.
I too, don't feel that it's fair to the residents of Bremerton who depend on a clean water source without filtration, which is way, way, way less expensive than if we had to do a water treatment plant. So somebody who bought a relatively inexpensive, because it's landlocked, piece of property, access to closer to our watershed. There's already 9 houses on that road. So now there'll be 10. They have other land. Maybe there's going to be more. So
President Chamberlain, can I address some of the questions of,
Yes, Mr. Walsh, go right ahead.
thank you. So I'll start with Mr. Runyon's comment in regards to the, I believe Kylie and Brett were discussing, but I just want to make it clear, the only utilities they'll be using is power. They will be on well and septic. The city's not providing any water utility service to that parcel. And then in regards to the security concerns and the landlocked issue, I greatly appreciate council's concern for the unfiltered water source, and it is my utmost duty to uphold that water quality. And we've been in discussions for almost over a year now to make sure this agreement is, as I stated, a net benefit for the city. We're going to get 7 or 8 more houses, yes, but we're also going to get major improvements to infrastructure that's going to come to no cost to the city. So that's just what I want to reiterate. And as someone who's out there every day, it's not uncommon to have the public drive down and try to find a trail or something. And so with this improved security, we're going to be much safer as a water source.
Thank you, Mr. Walsh. And I see Director Nucky.
Just one quick point. Also, the property is actually not landlocked. This is just a more convenient access, less cost. But I just wanted to point that out, that there's other alternatives for access.
Thank you for that clarification. I'm going to go ahead and defer any comments I might have just to check if there's a second round. Anybody else? Okay. I think it's a good idea. I think providing improved security, it seems like there's a lot less houses that'll go up in that area than we might have feared. And there is a limit based on zoning. So with that, no other discussion? Then let's vote on the item.
Councilmember Coughlin,
Yes.
Robolowski,
no.
Goodnow,
Yes.
Mochler,
No.
Younger,
Yes.
Fry,
Yes.
Chamberlain.
Yes.
Motion carries 5 yeses, 2 no. Our next item on the agenda is item 6B, professional services agreement with Common Streets Consulting LLC for homelessness response property management program services. Tonight we have Captain Elton.
Yes, thank you, council, for this opportunity to speak about this proposed partnership with Common Street. And I have to my left, Brendan Perko and Tricia Munson. They're also with Common Street. And then Rochelle Levinsky, she's one of our BPD navigators. So we had provided a very slimmed down presentation from the last one at your request, and I get it.
Thank you.
I'll talk about, again, my focus was talking about current city challenges, and what I look at this partnership like is as a Common Street would be the hub, and the police department and other city departments are the spokes in this wheel to serve the unhoused community and the housed community in Bremerton. And some of the issues that we face here, I talked about last time, are outreach, I think we do a good job, but we admittedly have some challenges that the navigators face because they show up to these places with police officers, and sometimes people don't want to speak freely under those circumstances. Another issue is other city departments like streets and public works. They don't really deal with encampments that often and how to navigate and negotiate different things that are going on there. So I think it's foreign to them, but it's not for Common Street. This is their job. They do this and a lot more. Another issue that we face is private property. The way they operate, they're actively out and do kind of patrol routes, I will say, quote unquote, and they're kind of looking for encampments that are pop up so they can go out and do the outreach and handle those before they become bigger issues. Sometimes those encampments show up on private property. They have access to an app and other resources where they can determine whether it's a private property issue, which would then be the property owner's matter to handle. But they would also be able to help give some guidance to them. Oftentimes, private property owners don't know what to do, so that's helpful for us to not have to get involved with that as a city if we don't have to. A lot of things turn into code enforcement issues when it comes to encampments. That's just the nature of it. And they would work, I believe, hand in hand with code enforcement to deal with matters that are relevant to the city and city safety. Code enforcement issues are oftentimes matters of environmental impact. And some of those things that we see frequently at encampments are motor oil, antifreeze, drug paraphernalia and drugs, some rodent infestations, human waste, and a lot of other things that I may not need to describe here. But this leads us to efforts to clean up. Encampment cleanup is a big deal. We talked a little bit about the MLK Broadway and 8th Street experience, and I was out there that day, and I hope to never have to do that again. It wasn't enjoyable. It was tough. I think with a partnership with Common Street, we can perhaps avoid those types of things in the future. They can help coordinate with cleanup, the police department, perhaps the public works and streets department. They don't need to be involved in every one of these. I've talked to Common Street about some of the smaller victories they have in smaller encampments where they go out, do outreach. They don't necessarily have to post an encampment cleanup. They don't have to deal with an encampment cleanup. They are able to put and point people towards resources and solve encampments before city has to get involved, whether that's the city streets department or public works or parks or police. I see a big benefit in that. Site reclamation is just a culmination of everything that I spoke about previously. That is getting an encampment site, identifying it, providing outreach, posting it for cleanup, cleaning it up, and then monitoring so it doesn't repopulate again in the future, because that's often what happens. And then ongoing site monitoring and maintenance. Common Street manages or has other contracts in the city of Bremerton. I won't identify who it is, but they can leverage that route by being here already and providing these services to Bremerton and monitoring the places that they document. They document it on a GIS system, a mapping system, and they also do a lot of documentation about every visit they've had there with the people they're visiting there. I'll let them talk a little bit more about that because I think that's really important. Documentation is a huge piece and a key piece they do very well. But some of the costs to our cleanup on MLK Broadway and 8th Street are eye-opening. Public Works gave me some conservative numbers. It was $91,500 for cleanup costs. That didn't include about an estimated $50,000 in equipment costs. That didn't include some of the managers and supervisors' time, cost to pay them out there. And then the police department, between several people that were out there that day for the police department, it was over 117 hours of personnel time. So these are some things that I can see diminish or disappear with a partnership with a group like Common Street. And with that, I'll pass it over to Brendan and Tricia.
Hello, council members. Thanks again. We can go to the next slide. Again, we'll keep these pretty high level here. So we have a people-centered approach, everything from surveys, needs assessments, and engagement, a dignified and respectful response to individuals who we come in contact with on site. Also out of that, the tailored services to each individual is a huge point of difference for what we offer. It's the only way that we feel like is beneficial to operate, to have not just one broad brush sort of proposed solution, but tailored services to each individual's needs because they're all so different. An abundance of communication before, during, and after site reclamation. I think that's self-explanatory, making sure we're communicating with people on site and also with the city teams. Go to the next slide. One of the things that's been really evident over the last, I think it's been 33 days since we started on the month-long contract, and then a little bit of an extension to get us here by a few days, is these are some challenges that we feel like we're going to run into in the city of Bremerton, that the city of Bremerton's already kind of postured to address through personal paperwork and sensitive information storage of bags and tools and valuables. A lot of times people work in the trades. That's really important to identify what is considered valuable to some of the folks, maybe that others wouldn't see value in. We have a keen eye to identify those things. Motorhomes, liveaboards, trailers, cars and trucks. Those are some of the bigger challenges that we see out here that are going to be very important to address. And we feel like the city is in good shape to do that along with our partnership. As far as costs, I won't go into the specifics here, but you can see this is an 8-month case study. This is back in 2020. So just an example of what can happen even in under a year of time. Costs go down by cleanups overall, 40%, 5% for cleanups over $10,000. And then average cleanup cost drops dramatically from $8,000 to about $2,400. Now this current project, the current client, an average cleanup cost is about $300 to $400. Go to the next slide. I would say on the previous slide that cost will be a lot lower because Public Works is involved. So something to think about. Lessons learned that I feel like some of these lessons learned that are vital for us as we go into a program, as we go into a partnership with the city, any agency or municipality. These are critical to be present. And I would say that these things are present here, at least we perceive them to be. Clear direction and full support from leadership and decision makers. Flexible strategy and proactive approach in an ever-changing environment is huge. What we decide today, tomorrow, or next week is not going to cut it probably 3 months down the road. We have to be able to shift and move within proper parameters. And so a lot of the language I've heard up to date, especially last week, was centered around that flexible approach, which is great. Focused on a combination of compassion and accountability. That's the only way we know how to do it. Has to be both. Both have to be present, but front-loaded with compassion always. Commitment to consistent engagement with local partners. That's something I heard loud and clear from last week. Something that we're excited to hear from council. That's not always the case in different municipalities either. So it's really great to hear the championing of local partners and area partners. Collaboration and alignment between law enforcement and outreach service providers. We like to be the glue that makes that possible. So we can go to the next slide.
And and can you spell your last name for me?
Sure. It's P-E-R-K-O, Perko.
Mr. Perko,
Yes.
how many more slides do we have? We have quite a lot of people here for the next couple of agenda items.
Sure.
And so we're running a little short on time. I just want to make sure that we can finish up in about 1 minute or so.
Perfect. Let's do
Okay.
it.
Thank you so
So-
much. Please continue.
Documentation and tracking, Elton hit that. We have a robust documentation and tracking. We can go to the next slide. And then after 33 days, here's some outcomes. You can kind of look through those. We have 5 individuals who are actively engaged, working a plan follow-up schedule, and 8 individuals keeping in touch, developing trust and building rapport. So about 13 to 15 total. We can go to the next. Questions?
Thank you very much. All right. Okay, Captain Elton and Mr. Perko and guests. Does any member of the public wish to comment on one of these items? And just a reminder for our guests, this is not Q&A, this is public comment. So you aren't obligated to answer all of the questions, but if there's something pertinent, Captain Elton, maybe you can step into. Okay, thank you.
Hi, Roy Runyon, Bremerton. I did send an email during the study session last week regarding this item. It was kind of, didn't know how this, related to the homeless shelter, if it did or not. I mean, it's related, but it's not directly connected. One of the issues that came up during the discussion last week was about private property owners. And so if you have someone camped out on private property, how does this contract address that? And I'm concerned, private property owners are largely responsible for what happens on their property, but they could be folks who trespass on property can be cited for that. So what is the responsibility of Common Street to address that? Another question or concern, I looked at the Common Street website, and Common Street started as, correct me if I'm wrong, an easement kind of consultant dealing with easement issues. And there's nothing on their website, at least the one I found, that relates to these specific services. And I believe the presentation last week talked about other jurisdictions where they were having success, and I found no reference, no external reference to those successes. Be nice to be able to see that on a website or something. And since it was cited, maybe I should put a public records request in if you provided that to the council, which I have not seen. So anyway, those are my questions and concerns. Thanks.
I can speak a little bit about the private property scenario, which happens daily. So yes, it is the private property owner's responsibility to manage their property. But what I'm seeing is right now a police officer would go there and say, here's your options. You can either formally press charges. A person could be arrested, or we could cite into court somebody for trespassing on a property. A lot of the times what an officer does, oftentimes with a navigator, is goes out there, sees what kind of services this person needs to move off of this person's property. And a lot of the times people will just move on and leave that property. What I can see with Common Streets is, or what I know about Common Streets from talking to a chief at another agency, which is who referred us to them, is it's working out really well for them. And sometimes they'll give them calls about a person camped out on a property, private or public, and they will go out there and they will do that outreach. And what I can see them doing for a private property owner, even though they're not beholden to them, the agreements with the city, is they could give the private property owner guidance, because oftentimes private property owners don't know what to do or what their responsibilities are. So I can see them being kind of a conduit before a city department gets involved, like code enforcement or law enforcement.
Thank you, Captain Elton. Does any other member of the public wish to comment on this item?
Hi, my name is Courtney Bowles. This is actually the first time I've ever spoken at a city council or anything. I respect your experience in all of this, but I just wonder if we have community partners that would be better in addressing these issues and working together. We have the Bremerton Homeless Coalition, and in Greater Kitsap County, we just have a lot of resources that I feel like the money that would go to the contract with the city would maybe be better served inside of the community. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Does any other member of the public wish to comment on this item?
My name's John Stroop. I'm a resident of City of Bremerton, long time. I just wanted to come up, take a quick minute to say I really appreciate the presentation that was given last council meeting and this time. And just, I work on the field, and I do appreciate the comment from the young lady who just came up. We do have a abundance of social service agencies that all are very maxed out on their abilities to do anything else outside of their scope of work currently. And that's, this idea isn't foreign, but I've been here 30 years and no one stepped up to take that task, only pieces of it here and there, and a heavy push when it got crazy. So I really like the idea of this organization coming alongside and coordinating with our service partners, maybe not leading the cause because we already have that going on, but jumping in and being this piece that we're missing. We're definitely missing this encampment search. We've got teams that go out in them and help in certain ways, but not in this wide scope of range. So I appreciate the presentation, and I hope you can give them your support. Thank you.
Never done this before. So I'm Katie Knudsen, and
Can you step a little closer to the mic? There we go. Now you're a pro.
I usually have a really loud voice, so I don't want to blast anybody out of the room. But I have to agree with the young woman that spoke. I work in homeless. We have tons of agencies here. If we're not picking up the ball and running with it, then fund us better. Why would you spend your money and bring somebody in from Seattle whose website says they're a real estate company that I could find in the short look I took? Fund us better. We're here. We know the people. We know what's going on. Fund us.
Thank you. And before the next speaker speaks, I absolutely appreciate your feedback. It's when you clap in the middle of somebody's comment, you're taking away their time. So I'm going to ask you to hold on to that exuberance until after somebody speaks, please. Next up.
Hi, my name's Julie Graves. I live in District 1. I've lived in the city of Bremerton for a long time. I just want to express my disappointment that the city of Bremerton and the police department did not work more closely with our local service providers and have looked outside of our city to fund someone from outside of our city to do work that our service providers have been doing here. The Rock the Block team did tremendous work with community donations and volunteer time to provide a great deal of assistance to folks who are unhoused. They've been developing relationships with these folks for years. The woman who's the executive director of Their Voice and the Bremerton Homeless Community Coalition, she's got relationships with these folks and works very closely with them and our service providers. I would love to see the money go to our local service community to help them do more work. They can't do the work if they don't have the money. Thank you.
Thank you. Does any other member of the public wish to comment on this item? And at this time, community partners or presenters, I'm going to ask you to hold off for replying. Thank you.
Hi, Mike Simpson. I live in District 6. And based on some of the comments that I've heard from people in the community, I would urge the council to vote against this. And I would take it a step further. Rather than funding this particular endeavor, we have elements within our community that are more than willing to step up and take this on. Why don't we provide a tax credit for people who live in our city so that they can fund the 501(c)s directly, and the city can reimburse them through their property taxes?
Thank you.
My name is Kalei Nainoa Asantista. I had a close encounter with this team, Rochelle. She actually helped me. I don't knock what they do, but she was there when my home was taken from me, but she was there to assist me of not exploding. So I do appreciate, but like my fellow commuters, if they're funded a lot, as well as my fellow commuters, if they're funded a lot better, trust me, they get things done. I got it.
Thank you. Do we have any other members of the public that would like to comment on this item? Okay. Seeing none, I will close public comment on this item and go to council for a motion. Council Younger.
Move to approve and authorize the mayor to finalize and execute the agreement with Common Street Consulting LLC with substantially the same terms and conditions as presented.
Thank you, Councilor Kaufman.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Let's discuss.
Thank you. So we had pretty in-depth discussion last week on this item. I appreciated that the Bremerton Police Department took money out of their budget and tried this service on, if you will, for the last 30 days. And Captain Elton, I believe, indicated that he was extremely pleased with the results, and that's why we have this before us tonight. I'd like to mention that the award is a result of a request for proposals. Captain Elton, would you like to talk about that process on what you went through to get to where we are today?
Yeah, I can speak a little bit about it. Yes, this went out for the specific scope of services that we're asking from Common Streets to everybody or to whoever could meet those requirements, and no one else answered. I did look into a little bit of, I think there were about 4 or 5 companies that fit that mold that I got back from our contract services department, and nobody in there that I could research did the scope of work that they do. So that's what I know about the RFP process in this instance.
Okay, thank you. One thing we didn't have last Wednesday, which we have tonight, is someone from the Navigator program. So I'd like to have her come up to the podium. And I'm a little confused, but I think there's a difference. between the navigators and what the proposal is before us tonight. But if you could state your name for us again and kind of describe what you do and compare and contrast it with this contract before us tonight.
Yes, so my name is Rochelle Vinsky, and basically part of my job is connecting officers to different service providers, being that gap between services of a 911 call, mental health call. I also work closely with APS, CPS, help kind of bridge the gap for mental health and behavioral health issues. I did help out with the homeless encampment. I did help out with going down there trying to connect people to resources. But again, with coming in with police officers, a lot of people didn't want to talk to me. Me and the other navigator both went down there multiple times. I do have to say other outreach providers had way more success than we did, just because we are coming with law enforcement and people like to scatter when they see law enforcement at times.
Okay, thank you. And so my understanding is that this organization will not be coming down hand in hand with law enforcement, but in fact, we'll be addressing it hopefully before law enforcement is involved. Is that correct, Mr. Perko?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, Counselor Younger. Counselor Coughlin?
Thank you, President Chamberlain. I just want to start by thanking Lieutenant Eldon and Chief Wolf for reaching out for assistance in Captain Eldon, thank you, and Chief Wolf for reaching out and assistance in dealing with this really, really difficult issue. Thank you, Councilmember Younger, for some of those clarifying questions. I wanted to give some space to respond to maybe describe the history of Common Street and your own personal experience and expertise in those of your team.
Appreciate the opportunity. So I'm just going to zip my lip for a minute and I'll introduce Trisha. Trisha, can you let everyone know your background?
Yeah, hi, my name is Trisha and I am the Outreach Services Engagement Lead for Common Street. I've previously worked for 14 years in mental health and in the PATH program, which is Project Assistance to Transition from Homelessness. I have worked serving the homeless population roughly longer than that, 17, 18 years now. I am a certified peer counselor in Washington State. I'm also SOAR certified with Social Security, which means I can advocate for people filing Social Security claims and can help that process move along faster. One of the things when I worked in some of the other outreach facilities that I worked in, a lot of times there's a lot of community gaps, even amongst outreach teams that work together. And really my theory is that there might be someone who has nails and a hammer and some boards and they could probably build a house. But if I have nails and somebody else has a hammer and somebody else has a measuring tape and somebody else has some shingles, man, we can do some stuff. We can get some stuff taken care of. And all of the community partners here in Bremerton, I'm familiar with a lot of them. I've worked alongside a lot of them, and there is a lot of heart here in Bremerton. And unfortunately, somebody said it earlier, a lot of the outreach is maxed out to the T. And there's no doubt in my mind that working together could result in some great progress. Also, the other thing is when we do this type of work, our goal is not to move encampments. We're not moving an encampment. Our goal is to get these people into something different, something better, something off the street. And so that's the goal in the long term there. So
I would also say our website's under construction right now. So there's that. You can click on my profile and it'll tell you a full extended list of what I've worked on in the past. I'm happy to have a conversation offline here too. And then myself, I have, I guess it's 13 or 14 years working with individuals experiencing homelessness from the resourcing side all the way down to the legal side and the challenges that we're talking about here tonight as far as different municipalities are encountering. And then I can't focus enough on the partnership element. So Trisha, before she worked at Common Street, she was actually one of the outreach service providers that we partnered with. So she can speak to our partnership perhaps better than I can. And then as far as Common Street being a real estate company, we're actually a right-of-way firm. So we do acquisitions, relocations, title work, and also property management, homelessness response, community outreach and engagement. So it's a bit like a general contractor kind of being questioned by they do tile as well as another discipline and so to speak. So.
Excellent. Thank you so much for clarifying that. And I do want to respect, we have an absolute plethora of amazing organizations in our community, but if this is the organization that best met the the request for proposals, and the administration thinks that is a good contractor to work with, that makes sense to me. And I know there's a severability clause in there, so if for some reason things aren't working out, the city has an ability to get out of that. The amount of money to me seems to be an incredible bargain compared to what we would get out of the contract, as I read it. And I want to say real quick, thanks to Mr. Runyon for noticing a date typo in the scope of work, which I did see was corrected. So always appreciate extra pairs of eyes. But again, thanks so much. I'm really, nobody in the city has expertise on dealing specifically with homelessness. So I'm really glad to see the city reaching out to folks that have that expertise and relying on them. So thank you all so much.
Thank you. Counselor Rebelowski?
Well, I'm in close conversations with Chief Wolf, our police chief, for quite a while now. And I know the struggles they've been having. I also was down in the encampments quite a few times this summer and we had amazing volunteers who did great work. And it's a lot. They can be more effective than actual city employees. There's things that they can say and do and maybe use language that's more motivating, or people who are living on the street may, everybody talks different depending on where you're at. And so I think just having, I don't see Common Street as taking away from our existing overworked community partners. I see them as helping to draw everybody together. And when they see a need, they can find out from 50 different people who does that best and work with them. So if the police chief is telling me that it seems to be working, well, we'll see. But I would like to have it move forward at this time.
Counselor Fry?
Public Safety Committee didn't have a chance to discuss this fully, but many of us have spoken with the chief. I remember what the chief said in one of our meetings was that there was a greater need around the ordinance and providing services and making sure people are sheltered with documentation. And this organization, as far as I know, is going to provide a lot of that documentation for us. That I can't tell you how important that is for a municipality to keep track of things. We spend a lot of resources doing it. And so I've also been told that they will work with our departments, not just the police department, but our parks department has issues sometimes with those that are houseless. And so that it's really a service to the city and our people in managing it as it comes into their lives and their work sphere, as well as a service to the community. And quite frankly, I don't see anybody else filling this niche right now. If there had been somebody locally who'd been filling the niche, I think we would know about that. So, and I like severability clause is always a good thing. Healthy. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice President Mockler?
Thanks, Council President Chamberlain. So I thought you guys did a great presentation this time. And I thought you did and I was happy that it was shorter than your supremely great one last week. I also would like to address the question of the RFP. This was put on the MRSC roster. Right? These are the firms that were drawn from to send out the RFQ. Rock the Block reached out to me and mentioned that they had not known about this in advance. They had not known that this call might go out and therefore were not included on the roster. I was wondering if anyone could speak to that.
I think we have Ms. Monroe prepared. Thank you, Ms. Monroe.
Good evening, council. I can speak to that. So when we invite vendors from MRSC rosters, which is our official roster service for Resolution 3099, they do have to be a member of that roster service to be invited. And they do go through a vetting process to join MRSC rosters. And that includes a variety of requirements, including holding a certain level of insurance, holding a certain number of licenses. And those are required that we meet those and that we contract with vendors that meet those standards. So that is why we use MRSC rosters for this type of procurement. We pulled a full list of potential vendors that might qualify. There were very few that had this particular service. We invited 4 of them, and we did only get 1 response. So I hope that answers your question.
Thank you very much, Ms. Monreal. That completely answers the question. Thank you all for letting me convey these concerns. My second and final question is, how often will you be visiting encampments? I know you're based in Seattle.
So answer to your first question would be multiple times a week. So we do site visits all throughout the city, all 7 districts, council districts is how we have it broken up. And then I'm in Seattle, but we have members of our team from Lake Stevens all the way down to Graham and soon to be over on the peninsula. So we have strategically placed individuals all over the region so we can address and respond appropriately.
Thank you. No more.
Thank you. Does Counselor Good now? Does he have his hand up at all? Okay. All right. So I guess I'm up, right? Everybody's had a round, so we'll do a first round. And hopefully that's it, because we do want to get to everybody else for the next item. I just have a couple of quick clarifying questions. Captain Nelton. So we have several unannexed areas that are in the heart of the city. Is there an ILA in place for these folks to go in with Kitsap County to service those areas by chance?
Not that I know of.
Okay.
If you're talking about a partnership with Kitsap County providing the same services, if they don't already know about this resource, I think they're going to know quickly. And I already considered that they're probably going to be reaching out too, because they don't have the capacity either.
Okay, maybe you could like bump them and let them know, hey, we've got some service, we've got some areas. Okay, and then I have a question for our guests. So you're going to be in a position to be working for the city, and I would like to know, what's your process if you have criticism or complaints for the city of Bremerton on their procedures and processes?
Criticism from ourselves, from
If you have, through your data, any feedback that may be critical or may be, just feedback in general, what's your process for offering it to them?
we would communicate it to our program lead. We always have a program supervisor manager. So in this case, I think it's multiple departments, and it has been Captain Elton.
Okay.
So we communicate that to him.
And so, Captain Nelson, how would you process that feedback?
So we've actually had some discussions already. Not that it'll change anything, but we've talked about our ordinance and how it factors into what they're going to be doing, what we do. And we've talked about our storage policy. City has a storage policy. They actually complimented us for actually having one, but this is something that they can also manage. Kind of takes that out of the hands of the city as well, which is it's actually currently be managed by Public Works, and it's really not their wheelhouse. So I'm actually kind of looking forward to that, but I imagine we'll tear into that policy too, and they may have some suggestions. I'm open to it. If they got critiques, I'm open to it.
Okay, and I feel, I'm just speaking for myself personally, just Council Member Chamberlain here. I would love any feedback you have on the ordinance that we enacted. So I would love there to be a free flow of information between the service to us as well on how we can improve. I can't speak for other counselors, but I don't want you to feel restricted in that way. I want you to have open access to provide any feedback, negative or positive, to us that you'd like. So just know that I'm here for that. So, all right, that's all the questions that I have. Counselors, do you have any other questions? Okay, seeing none, let's vote.
Councilmember Rebelowski,
Yes.
Goodnow,
Yes. Yeah.
Mochler,
Yes.
Younger,
Yes.
Fry,
Yes.
Coughlin,
Yes.
Chamberlain.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously. The next item on our agenda is item 6C, resolution number 3377 to adopt the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance working definition of anti-Semitism. Our presenters tonight are Vice President Mochler and let's see, Councilmember Coughlin.
You're up.
All right. So I think I'll kick us off and pass it over to Councilmember Mochler. So a brief history of how this came about. For folks who weren't aware, we had overwhelmingly anti-Semitic hate speech that occurred at our October 18th meeting during public recognition. With our existing laws and existing council rules and procedures, we unfortunately had to allow those deplorable individuals 3 minutes in which they spewed, again, horrific anti-Semitic hate speech. I do want to recognize nobody in the city reached out to our local Jewish community. I am so grateful for Rabbi Katcher for reaching out to me, which sparked several really productive conversations, not only with her, but with other local Jewish leaders. As a council, we updated public recognition to be in-person only to prevent anonymous hate speech, while we look at continued legal options to allow as much public input as possible, which I know we always want, but without subjecting our citizens to that damaging hate speech. And so besides that, council asked, what other substantial action can we take to address this? So adopting the IRA definition was a specific request of a substantial action that we could take as a city. It was requested by leaders of our local Jewish community with the official support of the Northwest Office of the American Jewish Committee. Councilmember Mochler and myself worked with these local Jewish leaders while also utilizing the existing resolutions from Bellevue, Tacoma, and other cities and jurisdictions that have crafted and passed resolutions like this before us. I want to note that IRA is a well-established tool to identify anti-Semitism so we can better address it. I want to make clear it's not legally binding. Passing this does not change, for example, how we as a city council are able to take public comment. It's simply a tool that we can add to our city's anti-hate toolbox. It doesn't weigh in pro or con on any international politics or any specific country. It's a tool for identifying anti-Semitism locally. It can raise awareness, help identify cases of anti-Semitism, increase reporting of it, assess intent of any criminal activity, and assist in data recording about anti-Semitism. I want to note it's supported by an overwhelming number of Jewish organizations, such as the American Jewish Committee, the Anti-Defamation League, Union for Reform Judaism, United Synagogue of Conservative Judaism, Conference of Presidents of major American Jewish organizations, the European Jewish Congress, Jewish Federations of North America, the World Jewish Congress, and many others. It's widely used. It's been adopted and used by the U.S. Departments of Education, Justice, and State. It's been adopted by over 30 different U.S. states. There's 5 different Washington cities and jurisdictions that have now adopted it as well as the governments of over 30 countries around the world, including the European Union. And it's also been adopted by the Global Imams Council. And it's a bipartisan measure that's supported by both political parties in our country. I want to wrap up by addressing some information I've seen regarding IRA. In regards to some public comment we got, and be really clear here, there is nothing in the IRA definition that says criticizing Israel is anti-Semitic, none. In fact, the IRA definition expressly recognizes that criticism of Israel's policies and politics, like criticism leveled at any other country's policies, cannot be regarded as anti-Semitic. And the working definition itself says, quote, criticism of Israel similar to that leveled against any other country cannot be regarded as anti-Semitic. So with that, I'd like to pass it over to Vice President Mochler.
Thanks, Councilor Coughlin. Okay, so we have received approximately 2 gazillion and 15 emails on this topic. Yes. And as a retired professor, it is not news to me that very, very, very few of these people have actually read the definition. And are assuming that this is something that it is not. This is actually a really simple definition. I'm going to read the definition and then I'm going to talk some more. Anti-Semitism is a certain perception of Jews which may be expressed as hatred towards Jews. Rhetorical and physical manifestations of anti-Semitism are directed toward Jewish or non-Jewish individuals and or their property toward Jewish community institutions and religious facilities. That's it. There is, that's the entire definition that is contained in the IRA working definition. Very specific, whoop, talking to the microphone. Very specifically on page 3 of the IRA, and I quote, "Its careful wording leaves a wide berth for sharp and vigorous criticism of Israel's government and policies." And I have said before in public, and I will say again, that I think that's a good thing. I like, criticism works. So the reason we are doing this, the reason this is before us, is that, on October 18th, truly vile, historic accusations were made during public recognition. It happened on council's platform. We are responding to hate speech that was made on our platform. That said, we're not responding to any international situation or even a national situation, but people right here in Bremerton. And council president is timing me. Have I gone over 3 minutes?
According
All right.
to my,
Okay.
which I just started.
So I hope you will, if you can get a chance to look at the full definition, it's on, I don't know, like page 226 of our 532 page packet. So I hope you get a chance to look at that, and we are ready for your comments.
Okay, that was the end of the presentation, which I timed at 32 seconds. That was really good, Vice President Mockler. All right. And so just before we receive public comment, I'm gonna, okay, so they do give me a script, which clearly earlier in the meeting I lost track of, and I was in consent agenda, public recognition, but I know where we're at right now. And I just want to set some kind of boundaries and guidelines for you. First of all, when you address council, you want to address all of us. Don't address any specific council member. Also, at this point in time, administration isn't really involved in this, but please don't address administration either. We're who you're here to talk to. And second of all, as mentioned before in the presentation, this is specifically regarding the language of a proposed resolution. This is not any kind of qualifier to endorse or oppose international issues. For instance, one of the many public comments that we received was about, the limitation of free speech. That is something that would be up for discussion. However, discussing the broader scale of the war itself is not germane to the topic. That's something that you're welcome to provide public feedback for by written. You're welcome to come to public recognition, but this is not the germane space to speak about it for this resolution. Okay, now I'm going to read the script. Due to the length of the current agenda and the importance of council receiving sufficient comment from members of the local community rather than comments from national commentators, the council has determined that in order to prioritize local community comments, only in-person public comment will be accepted on this item unless prior arrangements have been made, which we have one person that we did make arrangements for, as set forth in the agenda. And let me tell you, she was right about a gazillion. I printed them all out today, and we really appreciate the robust discussions that you provided to us. So with that, I'm going to open the floor for public comment. Please state your name. You'll have 3 minutes strict. If I cut you off, it's not because I don't like you.
Okay,
It's because the red light goes on. Okay.
Thank you. I'm Patrick Cooper, lifelong Bremertonian. Thank you, council, and thank you, mayor. I came just to talk about what happened on October 18th. I was here when that happened, and it was the most vile display of hate speech I've ever seen in a public meeting. I couldn't even sit here. I had to walk out. I was so upset. I knew I would start swearing eventually. And so I just left. But I applaud that the council has acted so quickly to shut down that those type of anonymous Zoom calls. It's an orchestrated thing called Zoom bombing, where Nazis like have a script and they go in anonymously at a public meeting like this and spout these like vile things. So I appreciate you doing that. The thing about, the it's really important to me that the city takes a strong response to anti-Semitism. It does, we do have white supremacists in our city. I myself like spent 3 years with like 3 local neighborhood Nazis or white supremacists, whatever they want to call themselves, like, just for things they perceived me to be that I wasn't, so I'm not going to get into that, but they need to be challenged. If you just sit back and stay silent about this, it just encourages them to do more. So I think this is a really good resolution to adopt. I'd like to say, like, I'm not a church going man. I was raised in a Protestant family. I find myself praying every night for peace, like just, peace in the world, that peace will take hold in people's hearts and peace in myself. And I just want to relay, like, my own personal experience with anti-Semitism. We had Jew haters in my family. One of my uncles who served in World War II, like all my other uncles, married a German woman who was Jewish. She had been in the camps. She had been experimented on. And because, certain people in my family hated Jews, she had to hide her identity amongst us. I didn't find this out until like, my mom was like old and, basically on her deathbed, and she confided in this to me. So I appreciate that this resolution. I think we should adopt it, and I'm glad that it's not like a political thing about international relationships. We have to just make peace between ourselves here, not between the different members of our community. So I ask you to vote yes, adopting the resolution on anti-Semitism.
Thank you. Okay, before you begin, hold on. Everybody is going to clap at everybody's comments, but if we line up efficiently and we clap at the very end of a group of, then we can get more done. Just a suggestion. I'm not going to be the clapping police, but yes, sir, please go right ahead.
John Stega. Anti-Semitism has been a plague in this country for a long time. It took a big upsurge with the advent of the Trump fascist regime in 2016. Why weren't resolutions being passed against it then? Again, anti-Semitism is a very bad thing. But I think the purpose, or I think the reason that and I wasn't here on the 16th, and I don't know the specifics. It sounds really bad, but I know that nationwide, there's been a righteous upsurge against the horrors inflicted by the state of Israel on the people of Gaza.
If you could please keep this germane to this resolution specifically, I
Okay.
apologize. And that's the message that I need to give. I've been advised to
Okay.
give.
Locally here and specific to this resolution, I feel that this is part and parcel of a movement to equate, although well-intended, I feel it also fits into a movement to equate being against genocide with being anti-Semitic. And I think the resolution needs to be revised, or we also need a resolution against the horrors inflicted on the people of Gaza by the state of Israel.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Do we have the next person lined up here? And again, I need to remind you that we need to keep it germane to the topic of this specific resolution and not any resolutions that do not exist currently. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Kathy Railsbeck. I want to thank the council for your efforts to address anti-Semitism in our area. And I applaud all of our community's efforts to combat anti-Semitism and hate speech and against any group of people. More than 30 years ago, I wrote a law review article called A Genocide Convention Action Against the Khmer Rouge, Preventing a Resurgence of the Killing Fields. And over the last 30 years, I've worked directly with survivors of genocide in Cambodia, and also genocide survivors in Rwanda, and survivors of mass atrocities in multiple
Point
other
of order,
countries.
Council President.
Yes, I'd like to
Oh.
confer with the lawyers on, and please stop the clock. Are they staying germane to the topic? Pause just a moment. We're just going to check in.
Yeah.
You got it. And I just want to make sure that the public knows we're trying to do our due diligence to care for everybody in here. We all, this is an emotionally charged space, and we want to just care for each other. A lot of hard words are said, and that can be real triggers. So there's a lot of things we need to do our due diligence on to take care of each other.
It's going to be common, I think, for people to give a background for what they are offering the council. And I think we've seen that with some speakers already about their family experiences, or in this case, it sounds like some work experience in that regard. And so I guess my advice on this issue is that people tie that in rather quickly to getting into talking about this particular resolution that's before this council. So that the council can be clear that it's not going to be about a different topic, and that it's going to be germane to this resolution. So
Thank you. And I hope that helps. And I hope that helps the public as well as you move forward with your future comments. Can we start the clock, please, again, for Ms. Railsback?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. So I want our community, our nation, and our world to do everything possible to combat genocide and hate speech, and also to do whatever possible to promote unity and goodwill and safety among all of us. I'm here tonight to express my concerns about the council's resolution to adopt the IRA definition of anti-Semitism. While I am strongly supportive of all efforts to combat anti-Semitism and hate speech and discrimination against all people, I'm concerned that the IRA definition will stifle legitimate criticism of the state of Israel. Because although you mentioned that it's a very simple definition, in fact, your resolution is not limited to the definition. Your resolution specifically refers at least 2 times to all of the examples. And the examples, in fact, do talk about criticism of the state of Israel. And I think that needs to be addressed by all of you, because I think there is a real potential that it's going to be perceived as stifling criticism of the state of Israel. And based on my experience working with multiple countries in which the governments have committed mass atrocities and genocide, I am extremely concerned about any limitation of criticism of these states that are committing these types of activities. And in this case, I believe we do need to talk much more about what Israel's doing and not less. And I also want to make clear that I care very much about my Jewish neighbors and friends, as well as my Muslim neighbors and friends. And I want all discussions to be conducted in a sensitive way where we can maintain peace in our community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, City Council. I'm David Udell, the President of Congregation Beth Tikva, the oldest organization representing the Jewish community here in Bremerton and Kitsap County, originally established as a chapter of B'nai B'rith Hillel for men and women in 1943, followed by the building of the Jewish Community Center in 1947 on the corner of 11th and Veneta, which we still exist there, which has since been renamed, dedicated, and is the home of Congregation Beth Tikva, the House of Hope, December 1991. No group, community, or people which have been or continue to be the recipient of systemic persecution, hate speech, marginalization, microaggressions, or physical violence should additionally suffer what other outside these malign groups determine what definitions or activities constitute hurtful behavior or speech towards them. Although I cannot, nor do I suggest that I speak for all Jews, either nationally or internationally, I do believe I speak and am allied with the majority of our Bremerton Jewish community and the Jewish community at large. We highly recommend that you adopt Resolution 3377, the IRA definition of anti-Semitism. The definition does not infringe the U.S. Constitution, First Amendment rights of free speech. What it does do is provide the most commonly accepted definition of anti-Semitism or anti-Jewish hate speech and acknowledge that speech for what it is. Only by defining what constitutes speech and actions that pose a danger to Jews can a responsible civic community respond to such speech or actions and work not to provide oxygen to such intolerable behavior in the public domain. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you.
My name is Frank Commande. I'm serving as president of Congregation Kol Shalom in Bainbridge Island. I'd like to join the other members of Kitsap County's Jewish community in thanking the Bremerton City Council for recognizing the importance of identifying what constitutes expressions of anti-Semitism. Crazy times elicit extreme behavior, and the October 7th attack and its repercussions have given rise to 3,283 anti-Semitic incidents in the US between then and January 7th, according to the B'nai B'rith Anti-Defamation League. The same period last year yielded 712 incidents. There are those who believe that defacing synagogues or Jewish businesses is a valid act of protest against the actions of the IDF in Gaza. There are those who justify the harassment of Jewish students on college campuses as a righteous act that advances their self-declared pursuit of justice. There are those who resort to the age-old anti-Semitic tropes of conspiracy, world domination, and self-interest, replayed from the days of Father Coughlin's rants, Henry Ford's publication of the Protocols of the Elders of Zion, and Charles Lindbergh's love affair with the emergent Nazi Party. Right wing, left wing, chicken wing, it is all an expression of hate towards me and my family. So many of us, regardless of national, ethnic, religious, or political affiliation, are frightened, aggrieved, horrified, and looking for answers during these troubled times, looking for solutions, looking for a way forward. Passions run high as we close ranks against those in the other camp, and we lose sight of the objective that ultimately serves and saves humanity. And that is peaceful coexistence. So let's not leave this meeting empty-handed. As the October 18th City Council meeting, we came face-to-face with virulent anti-Semitism, but had no manifest basis to call it out at that moment and denounce it at that moment. We now have the opportunity to acquire this resource in adopting the definition of anti-Semitism according to IRA. Thank you.
Thank you.
Y'all know me by now. Jackson Pincus.
Unfortunately, we can't hear you
I'm
because
so
you're
sorry.
too tall.
This is a big
There we
problem
go.
I face every day.
Thank you for adjusting the mic.
Absolutely. Jackson Pincus, AJC Seattle Assistant Director. Tonight, I'm focusing on one key idea. I see my time has started. That a group of almost entirely non-Jews sees no issue with showing up out of the blue on the day of this vote without ever speaking to Bremerton's largest and oldest Jewish community about this issue, specifically in order to speak over us, to define what hatred against Jews looks, feels, and acts like. The alternative they promote has nearly zero mainstream Jewish support and crucially does not address the safety concerns of Bremerton's Jews. The desire to speak over the statistical vast majority of Jewish voices on a definition of anti-Semitism represents the polar opposite of Bremerton's values. If we are to center the voices of those who are targeted by hate, that must extend to centering representative Jewish voices when we are the targets of a hate crime. Those who waited until now to speak out against IRA did so because their goal is not to protect Jews, but rather their own ability to speak in ways that we experience and define as hateful. It is a unique kind of audacity to believe that other groups know better than Jews when it comes to the simple act of defining the hatred against which we struggle every single day. Were any other group to be treated this way in the face of a threat to their safety or well-being, we would call it infantilizing, dehumanizing even. I hope Council will see through this disturbing mindset and focus on passing IRA, the globally recognized, unambiguous, gold standard definition of anti-Semitism supported by the effective entirety of the global organized Jewish community. 90% of Jews, along with every major Jewish organization on the planet and the nationally representative Jewish communal organizations of over 100 countries. Of the 1,100 local level jurisdictions which have adopted IRA in full, Washington counts 4: Tacoma, Bellevue, Mill Creek, and Snohomish County. And as much as activist non-Jews would like to believe it, IRA is not controversial unless the goal is to speak over the community which is the target of the hatred that IRA defines. So do the right thing, Council. Listen to real, actual, representative Jewish voices, not outside groups who think they have a right to tell us how to experience and label hate crimes that specifically target us. Failing to pass IRA tonight would be a failure to treat my community with the same dignity afforded to all other groups, and we are counting on you to hear our cries for action and to take the uncontroversial step of passing IRA that we have asked for the last 3 months. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Janice Gutman, and I'm Jewish, and I live in Indianola. And I want to support Congregation Beth HaTikva for their strong response to the anti-Semitic speech at the City Council meeting. And I want to thank the Bremerton City Council for giving this issue careful consideration. Anytime there is hateful speech or action aimed at Kitsap County residents based on their religion, race, ethnicity, nationality, sexual identity, or disability, I feel it's a threat to my own safety, and I believe we all need to respond as a community. I want to discuss the proposal to accept the IRA's definition of anti-Semitism. I believe that the original proposal, as it was written with honorable intent to fight anti-Semitism. But unfortunately, when I look around the country, I see that this proposal is being used in ways to silence people. Even the author of the IHRA, Kenneth Stern, has been appalled by how the definition has been used to affect legislation and silence debate. The IRA's definition is not a statement that simply fights anti-Semitism. As a Jew living in Kitsap County, I'm very concerned about anti-Jewish sentiment, but I am also critical of the Israeli government. I do not believe criticizing Israel is an anti-Semitic act. Just as I don't believe criticizing the United States government is the same as criticizing American people. The IRA opens the door for assuming that anyone who criticizes Israel is also against the Jews. This is dangerous thinking that limits our abilities to think critically about governments. There are many Jews, both here and in Israel, who don't agree with the actions of the Israeli government. So the other proposal is that there's something called the Jerusalem Declaration on Anti-Semitism, which has been adopted by many government agencies, including the Seattle City Council. And it recognizes the limitations of IRA's definition of anti-Semitism, and it attempts to clarify it and more fully define.
Point of order, Council President, not germane to the resolution.
An alternative to it? Oh, okay.
I believe it is germane. In that it is discussing this specific resolution. Okay, so here's the deal. I'm going to allow it, and here's why. Because there was a public, a very concerted effort by the public to bring this as an alternative, and I want that option to be heard and I want it to be discussed when we debate as well. So I'm going to allow the discussion of the alternative and its values in comparison to how it compares to the IRA resolution.
Thank you. I only have a sentence or two left, but so the Jerusalem Declaration on Anti-Semitism recognizes the limitations of IRA's definition of anti-Semitism and attempts to clarify it and more fully define what are anti-Semitic acts. It's hard to be totally inclusive, but it does make room for more open discussion about the Israeli occupation of Palestine without calling that anti-Semitic. So as a concerned Jew, I really recommend that the Bremerton City Council adopt the Jerusalem Declaration instead of the IRA. Thank you.
Thank you.
I am Joe Walter. And I just want to share how sad I am about this. This is feeling like a fight, and it shouldn't be a fight. I think that people who are supporting the IRA definition and the people who are supporting the Jerusalem Declaration almost as an addendum to the IRA definition. IRA's been out since 2016. It's never been proposed here in Bremerton. And we have seen how it has been used to shut down criticism. And because of that, the Jerusalem Declaration was proposed, was written, and it was written by respected Jewish scholars, many of them. And I know you said you got a gazillion emails, and I don't know if you've had yet a chance to dig into some of the many links that were sent to describe how this was written and why, and to really have a chance to give it a chance in your minds. It's not about fighting, it's about improving upon. Initially, I didn't support the idea of a definition resolution at all. I felt like we had one, an anti-hate one already. But as time went on and I felt the heat coming from the temple, that it meant so much to people, I felt like, okay, I'm not a Jew. I don't understand why this is so vitally important. So, okay, let's support it. We feel like it's really needed. It is all about emotion. It's about love. It's about sharing something in response to the emotion that's shared here tonight by people who need something like respect and to be heard and to be protected. And so I thought, great, the IRA definition, and then learned about how it had been used. And I can now see how it could potentially, though maybe not in anybody's plan, but we don't want to support the continuance of this with its flaws. I can see how it could be used to interfere or get in the way of work that is being done in our community towards peace in Gaza and Israel. And for that reason, I implore you to look seriously at the Jerusalem Declaration. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Brenda Calderon, and I'm a part of the CARE Kitsap Advocating for Immigrant Rights and Equality, a grassroots organization led by immigrants, migrants, and descendants of migrants. I want to start off by saying nothing exists in a vacuum, so saying that this should be limited to the scope of Bremerton is really, it doesn't really make sense. But my focus is always in advocacy for or alongside other marginalized people. I'm here today to ask to please adopt the Jerusalem Declaration of Anti-Semitism instead of the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance definition of anti-Semitism. As a queer person of color, I can understand the fears that come up in regards of safety or protection, and I too am concerned about the well-being of our Jewish community members. as hateful or violent actions from white supremacy escalates, such as anti-Semitic speech that occurred here back in October. We cannot allow any marginalized people in our community to be on the receiving end of hate, violence, or discrimination. That is why we are asking the council to adopt the Jerusalem Declaration of Anti-Semitism because it is a more inclusive definition. Back in 2019, Kenneth Stern, the lawyer that drafted the IRA, responded to Trump's passing of an executive order of anti-Semitism based on the working definition in schools as an attack on academic freedom, free speech, and will harm not only pro-Palestinian advocates, but also Jewish students and faculty and the academy itself. This definition allows for the weaponization in situations to limit First Amendment rights. We also see Jared Kushner, Trump's son-in-law, say that the IRA definition makes clear that anti-Zionism is anti-Semitism. This conflation is damaging when there is criticism of the state of Israel and can lead to censorship. We urge you to stand up against anti-Semitism while preserving First Amendment rights by supporting the Jerusalem Declaration of Anti-Semitism. Lastly, there are no existing resolutions considered for Black, Indigenous people, or any anti-Islamophobic resolutions, which I would urge you to consider as well.
Thank you.
My name is Bryn Souders. I've been a Bremerton resident since 2013. I'm also Jewish and have been an active member of the city of Bremerton's only synagogue, Congregation Beth Hatikva, for about 2 years now. I'm here today as a Bremerton city resident and as a Jew to urge City Council to pass this resolution in light of the incident on October 18th. This is just one example of the spike in anti-Semitism we've seen nationwide. I'm not going to list the data. Someone else already did that. And I would also encourage everyone to focus on the fact that we are here to address anti-Semitism, not debate international politics. As previously mentioned, this definition does not state that criticism of Israel is in and of itself anti-Semitic. Full stop. It doesn't. So I'm not going to speak on that any further. I'd also like to remind everyone that this isn't legally binding. So the fears about stifling free speech are in this case just not warranted. While I do think Bremerton City Council has the best of intentions and has already, of course, taken some good steps, I also recognize that for most non-Jews, anti-Semitism isn't always easy to recognize or identify. It often involves the use of dog whistles, coded language, basically signaling to those in the know that they're against the Jews. Adopting the IRA definition of anti-Semitism will help non-Jews identify words and actions that might be anti-Semitic. It is one tool of many in the fight against bigotry and hate speech, and adopting the IRA definition sends a clear message that the city of Bremerton does not condone anti-Semitic hate speech and is equipped to address anti-Semitism when it occurs. I encourage the city council to pass resolution number 3377. I hope I got that number right. And any similar resolutions put forth to define Islamophobia or other forms of bigotry and bias. Thank you for your time.
And thank you for your time. Next up.
Hi, my name is Debbie Hazy, and the violent anti-Semitic comments that were made in October is just horrific. And so I can't even imagine.
Can we pause her for just a moment? Because we can hardly hear you.
Oh,
There you
is
go.
that better? Okay.
We're going to blame Jackson for that.
Okay. It's the horrific comments that were made in October. I can't even imagine what it felt like, how deeply hurtful that was. So there's clearly a need to stop hate speech and actions towards Jews, especially since the rise of anti-Semitism. So I have like two main things to bring forth. And around the definition, I'm a non-Jew, so it's not my place to define anti-Semitism. And I'm also a community race equity advocate, standing alongside people of many different vulnerable groups across the county. So I ask that there be no more harm be done. And that's why I ask the City Council to adopt the Jerusalem Declaration on Anti-Semitism, not the IRA, into the resolution, because the IRA has been set up and can lend itself to harmful consequences, as the email I sent had many examples of that and many organizations that say that. The IRA has been a source of deep division and controversy across and beyond Jewish communities, because in practice it can serve to police political speech while doing little to stop anti-Semitism violence. It's being used to silence and falsely accuse people of anti-Semitism if they support Palestinian rights, which then leads to harmful consequences. So, and please adopt the Jerusalem Declaration. And in the email I submitted to the council, which I don't have time to read, there were 350 scholars of anti-Semitism, Jewish history, and the Holocaust and other related areas of study that criticized the IRA, as well as 122 Palestinian and Arab academics and intellectuals, and a whole cross-section of civil liberty groups that strongly opposed it. So the other thing I want to bring forth is weaving this into the broader context that there are people of diverse backgrounds who are being targeted in hate in various ways. Hate speech towards Muslims, Jews, Arabs, Blacks, Browns, or virtually all vulnerable communities. And whatever actions that are taken by you, the City Council, to stop hate, prejudice, please let it be inclusive and equitable in your actions to include all the vulnerable communities. There's a lot of pain. There's a lot of hurt toward a lot of people. So please don't exclude any of the vulnerable communities. We're all really interconnected. And in whatever happens here to the Jews in Bremerton affects all of us, even if I'm not a Jew. My heart has been broken. I can't speak to anybody else's experience. So I ask us to come together to stop
Thank you, Ms.
anti-Semitism.
Haas. You've
without harm.
exceeded your time.
Oh,
Thank you.
Sorry.
That's okay. Just a reminder to the public, and before the next speaker comes up, I'm going to allow, there's one online public comment that we've allowed. So I'm going to allow that online public comment. And just a reminder to pay attention to those lights. And do we have a timer for Ms. Lyson? No? It'll be the same. Okay. Ms. Lyson, are you ready to speak on the item?
Yes.
Okay. Can you see the timers on the podium?
No.
Okay. Then would you like me to time you?
Yes.
Okay, I will let, what I'm going to do.
Give me a 30-second.
Left.
Yeah,
Okay.
give me a 30. Yep.
Okay.
Okay. I first want to applaud the council for addressing this issue and trying to create a safer community for our Jewish friends. I'm not sure exactly how this resolution advances that goal, but I do appreciate the goal. I do want to correct some, and I don't think it was intentional, but miscommunication about the resolution and what it covers. It isn't just the definition that Councilor Mockler stated. It expressly says it includes the 11 examples that follow the definition. And my problem is not with that definition that Councilor Mockler read. It's in the examples. And this is where I think anti-Semitism is conflated with anti-Zionism. It's hard to believe you guys when you say, oh, this is not about Israel. It's not about politics. It's about, protecting our Jewish community members. When 7 of the 11 examples reference Israel or just expressly talk about Israel and not about Jewish people. For example, one of them says, using the symbols and images associated with classic anti-Semitism, and in parentheses, claims of Jews killing Jesus or blood libel to characterize Israel or Israelis. Why that needs to be said, does that need to be included? You can just leave it at Jews. another one, accusing the Jews as a people or Israel as a state of inventing or exaggerating the Holocaust. I would go further to say it's anti-Semitic to accuse anyone of inventing or exaggerating the Holocaust. It is completely unnecessary to have Israel as a state in that example. Accusing Jewish citizens of being more loyal to Israel or to the alleged priorities of Jews worldwide than to the interests of their own nations. Again, to me, it's very much about anti-Zionism more than anti-Semitism, and it's very concerning to
30 seconds.
conflate those terms. And what ends up happening, and has already happened, is that the term anti-Semitism gets weaponized against people who want to have, debates and conversations and stand up for the rights of Palestine and are fully in support of our Jewish friends, but are not in support
Ms.
of
Lyson.
the
You're at
policies
your
of
time.
Israel.
Please go ahead.
Thank you.
Thank you. Again, I don't mean to be rude. I just want to be equitable to everybody. Okay, next up. Wait, please, we need to let, thank you.
My name's Tina Janolis. I'm from Indianola, and I'm reading a letter from the the Pardes Jewish community in Kitsap County, but from the spiritual leader, Zan Jacob Brown. Dear Bremerton City Council members, as the spiritual leader and members of Pardes Jewish community in Kitsap County, we thank you for working toward curbing anti-Semitism and protecting Jewish people and institutions. We believe that adopting a definition of anti-Semitism is helpful, but only if it is the right definition. Earlier, Reb Zan wrote you in support of the IHRA definition. However, on reflection and having done more research, we see there have been unintended consequences to its adoption. Sadly, it has caused confusion and generated controversy, actually weakening the fight against anti-Semitism. In fact, the main author of the document, Kenneth Stern, has been one of its most vocal critics, as well as hundreds of Jewish scholars and many institutions. We request pausing the vote on resolution number 3377, as I believe this needs further research and consideration. There are other definitions that would help inform us, particularly the Jerusalem Declaration on Anti-Semitism. We join with Rabbi Katcher and the members of Beth Hatikva in their call for a strong response to anti-Semitism. We also encourage the City Council and all of us to do our best to make sure that we strengthen the fight against anti-Semitism rather than weakening it. What Bremerton does reverberates through the county and affects all of us.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Joey Hayes. I'm a member of Congregation Beth Hatikva. Sorry, a lot of that's been hard to hear. It almost sounds like people are upset that they can't use anti-Semitic tropes to insult Israel, which
We need to refrain and not use up somebody else's time. Please go ahead, Ms. Hayes. And can we actually give her an extra 5 seconds?
So I've been involved in many of these conversations going around on the statement against anti-Semitism because I've been trying to bring our community together and find common ground. And I know we have discussed the Jerusalem Declaration compared to the IRA, but I believe the IRA definition is a more suitable statement. The IRA makes essential points on what is anti-Semitism when discussing Israel. Not all anti-Zionism is anti-Semitism. However, I have not met much anti-Zionism that didn't prey upon anti-Semitic tropes. And that's where that definition comes in. The IRA does not say that all criticism of Israel is anti-Semitic, but the fact that a statement of against anti-Semitism turned into a referendum on Israel is anti-Semitic. Jews are not Israel. We're talking about us, your Jewish neighbors. We're talking about anti-Semitic speech in our own city, in our own city council meeting. The first concern should have been for your neighbors. No concern was shown about the Zoom bombing on October 18th. It was ignored, not meriting a mention, until this statement was drafted. The vitriol this brought out has been traumatic during an already traumatic time. When prejudice shows up in our city, the first concern should be to support those affected. But there was silence until people wanted to argue with this. And it took over 2 months for people to come back with the Jerusalem Declaration suggestion after months of emails about Israel against this statement. So I would urge you to pass this today, as I believe that it is important, and I believe that this has been allowed to go on too long and has invited already too much local anti-Semitic speech. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Molly Brooks. I am a board member over at Beth Hatikva. So this conversation has been interesting. Not all arguments against Israel are anti-Semitic, but some of them are. And that's what the IHRA says. It doesn't say all of them are, but I don't see why you need to be able to use Nazi symbology to talk about Israel. There are plenty of constructive ways to do that. The first time I was ever called a worthless Jew, I was 7. I worked with the kids over at the synagogue. And I want people to remember that there are kids in Bremerton too. And this was an anti-Semitic Zoom bombing in Bremerton against the people, the Jewish people of Bremerton. It was not against Israel, but everybody came back. But nobody showed up to the meeting after that except for us to speak out about it. Not one non-Jew showed up, not one. And now they're here and they're arguing against the statement, there being a statement. But where were they when it first happened? If they had shown up with the Jerusalem Declaration, the meeting after this first happened, and said, look how great this is, I might have agreed with them. But they weren't interested until they thought it would affect how they can talk about Israel. Not even that they can, but how. And that just doesn't seem very neighborly to me. Now, I just want you to remember that we're talking about American Jews right now. And if you say Israel every time American Jews come up, that is anti-Semitic. So I think people might want to try to consider some of what they're saying and where it's coming from and why they're so angry. If other groups want statements too, that's fine. They can present statements too. There's nothing wrong with that. But it's not an argument against us having one, only that they can have one too. And I don't think anyone's even saying that's not the case. So, yeah, thank you for your time.
Thank
you.
you.
Please, split the thing.
Hi, my name's Claire Menard, and I'm a resident of Bremerton. And I want to say first off that it's terrible that the Jewish community in Kitsap is facing fear and violence. And after the incident at the October City Council meeting, there absolutely should have been an immediate reaching out to Beth Hatikva to reaffirm solidarity and offer support. I want to live in a community that is safe for all people and all religions. And I want to be in conversation with vulnerable groups in our community about what safety means and looks like to them. I know as a non-Jew that I don't know what's always best for the Jewish community. I do, however, as a community member, have a right to speak out when the city council is voting on a measure that simultaneously protects one group while oppressing and instilling fear within other groups. I'm very worried about the push to use within the city of Bremerton the IRA definition of anti-Semitism. I don't want an anti-Semitism in our community, and I'm also concerned about certain points in the IRA definition that would violate our rights of free speech. I have a right to openly criticize all governments, both my own and that of Israel. The conflation of critiquing Israel with anti-Semitism is a very serious concern, and I think it warrants the City Council taking a pause, researching this more in depth, as well as being in conversation with more community members, who, though not all Jewish, would all of them be heavily affected by this resolution using the IRA definition of anti-Semitism. If a definition must be adopted, I urge them to adopt the Jerusalem Declaration of Anti-Semitism, which clearly defines anti-Semitism while also protecting our freedom of speech. I hope that the City Council would take this time to adopt a resolution instead that works to protect all vulnerable communities. The City Council has the obligation to protect all the members of this community and their constitutional rights. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Griffin Kay. I've lived here for several years now. There are a lot of people here speaking in support of using the Jerusalem definition. I think this is a good definition, but I think a more expedient fix would be to strike the phrase "and its provided examples" from the language of the resolution. That seems to be the most contentious part of this. There are two examples that do make specific reference to Israeli policy, and I think that is what people are concerned about. This is a small change. I think you could make it very quickly. It leaves us with a still workable definition of anti-Semitism. I don't think the problem is that you did not know what happened on October was anti-Semitic. The problem was that you didn't have anything in place to deal with it. I also want to discuss, and I promise this is germane, the issue of purity testing. I know some have been concerned that that is what some of these proposed changes amount to. And I want to say that I understand. I know the function that this sort of thing can serve. I know that it can be used to defame, to harass, to humiliate, to incite. No one should ever be made to denounce or condone any country, political organization, or person to have their rights recognized. So why bring it up at all? Because unfortunately, in some places where resolutions like this have been adopted, we have seen people, public employees, students of public institutions, disciplined, fired, or expelled for protesting Israel, the ongoing war, occupation, even very specific policies. Despite any assurances from the council about intent, and I remind you that one council member said that this can be used to assess intent of criminality, this chills more than just hate speech and harassment. It's a legislative pickle you're in. I understand that. That's your job to deal with. I think if you simply strike those four words and its provided examples from the resolution, I think we can avoid a lot of the strife and controversy that this has caused. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
My name is Linda Baker, and I'm a resident of Kitsap County. I didn't come here this evening with the intent to speak to this distinguished group, and I'm kind of a little bit nervous about doing so, but I feel compelled to make a statement that I don't really feel like anybody else has shared. I'm a certified professional meeting facilitator, so I know that if I speak less than the 3 minutes, that you'll appreciate my speech even more. I feel as if there was an issue that came up, well, let me just say that I'm very sympathetic to many, many, many of the comments that people made around supporting this Jerusalem Declaration. I am I guess I'll admit, a left-leaning progressive Jew, and I'm as concerned about the world situation as everyone else is. But if I were a Black person coming up here and telling you, I want you to listen to my point of view, damn it, I wish you would listen to them. And if I were a person who had of different sexual orientation or preferences, and I would say, come and listen to what I have to say, you would listen to them, and I would respect you for that. And so I'm just asking you, when people come up and say, I'm not Jewish, but, you should say thank you, be appreciated. If you were a man coming up and talking to me about issues that face me as a woman, I would say thank you, but. I want you to hear what you would say if they were not Jews, because that is exactly why I am speaking. Because all my life people said, you really get this. This is a microaggression, just like from other people. And I thought, no, people don't really hate Jews. When I hear a lot of this discussion, I think about it. If it was not because I was Jewish, would you think about it in a different way? And I asked the council and my distinguished friends on both sides of this aisle to think the same way. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Daniel Duran. I am here as a gay person of color and a non-Jewish supporter of Bremerton's Jewish community, and as the first-time speaker at council. I am here to support with the Jewish voices in favor of adopting the IRA definition surrounding me have said, and to remind you that they should be the voices you focus on tonight. I have seen the toll that anti-Semitic hate crimes take on those who are the targets of them, and it pains me deeply to think that the leadership of our home city could consider not following through after the last 3 months of difficult discussion on passing the IRA definition of anti-Semitism. It is impossible to fight a hatred which you cannot define, and IRA does just that, defines anti-Semitism as it is experienced by Jews using language supported by the vast majority of Jews. I would like to reiterate that it does not restrict speech, legally require anything of any part of our city, or inhibit the ability of anyone to make legitimate criticisms in line with those made of any other group. I urge you to listen to the voices of the clear majority of Jews who are the targets of anti-Semitic hate crimes and pass this definition in order to ensure they have the necessary tools to address such anti-Jewish hatred when it arises in the future. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Council. My name is Mark Friedman. I'm a member of the Board of Directors of Beth Hatikva. Thank you for giving me the time to speak. I want to make 3 points. First, I want to echo what Jackson Pincus said some time ago, and which was reiterated by the last 2 speakers. We should look primarily at how we, the Jewish people, understand and define hate speech and anti-Semitism. Jackson listed a large number of major Jewish organizations across all denominational boundaries that support the IHRA definition, working definition. I have yet to hear a single major Jewish organization support the Jerusalem definition. Have you? And isn't it amazing that this was brought up at the last minute when we were just about to vote on the IHRI? That's a bit of a coincidence. Second, the connection between anti-Semitism and Israel is too deeply rooted to easily sever. When Henry Ford came out with his hateful anti-Semitic screed, it was the Protocols of the Elders of Zion. That's an easy target. There are 15 million approximately Jews in this world. About half of them live in Israel and the other half live in the diaspora. When you call half the Jewish people Nazis, or you say, oh, the Holocaust was exaggerated, Israel's exaggerating it for its own purposes, you're being anti-Semitic, you're attacking Jews. It doesn't matter whether those Jews are Israeli Jews or Bremerton Jews. You're going after the Jews, and you can't just separate it and pretend that they're 2 different things. It's the quickest dodge in the world to disguise your anti-Semitism by saying, well, I'm just talking about Israel. What if somebody said the Vatican doesn't have a right to exist? That's the only comparable thing, because Israel is the only Jewish majority state. The Vatican is representative of Catholicism. What if somebody said, oh, I'm not attacking American Catholics. I'm just telling you that the Vatican doesn't have a right to exist. It should be eliminated. And finally, the 2 definitions are not mutually exclusive. You could adopt the IHRA definition tonight, and then if people want to push the Jerusalem definition, let them come and make an argument for it, but they're not mutually exclusive. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Rabbi Emily Katcher. I am the rabbi of Congregation Beth HaTikvah here in Bremerton. It is common for the word Zionist to be used as an epithet and a dog whistle for Jew. We have seen this repeatedly throughout modern history in the Soviet Union, in Europe, and countries around the world. I myself was called a Zionist liar in a public forum here just recently. As a Jew and a student of Jewish history, when I am called Zionist as an insult, I do not spend hours justifying my support for Israel's right to exist. Instead, I start looking for the exits, deciding what to bring, knowing that poor Jews and old Jews and disabled Jews will not be accepted anywhere else. When we are vilified for the belief that a country which will accept us should exist, merely exist, we become sick with dread. If you are not a Jew and you want to be helpful, please recognize that we cannot magically disconnect ourselves from history, thousands of years of history, no matter how much we might wish to do so. The IHRA acknowledges that saying things like Zionism is Nazism is not just an actual untruth, but that it literally is meant to incite anti-Jewish sentiment and violence right here in America, right here in Bremerton, no matter how we feel about Israel. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Colleen Cragen and I live in Paulsbo, but I came here tonight for this. And I wasn't planning on speaking, but kind of to echo what she just said, I've been openly Jewish my whole life, not a big part of the community here locally. But recently, all of the bigotry and the hatred I've gotten is by calling me a Zionist and an Israeli supporter. And I'm not. That's bigotry. That's an insult. I'm a Polish Jew. I have no association with Israel. But that's why this is important, and I hope you pass this one. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Bremerton City Council. My name is Promise Partner. I'm a resident of Bremerton District 5. I thank you for the efforts you are taking to address anti-Semitism. I support the safety and well-being of Congregation Beth HaTikvah and of all Jewish people in Bremerton and throughout Kitsap County. I want to apologize for any harm I may have caused members of Beth HaTikvah or others by what I have done or not done as their neighbor in this time. I come with a loving heart, not as an adversary. I am working hard to understand and stand up against bigotry of all types. I know that anti-Semitism is part of the water we swim in, and I want to do the work to identify and uproot it and to support my community to do the same. I support the Jerusalem Declaration on Anti-Semitism, joining Jewish organizers and people of many backgrounds that I work with alongside in CARE, Kitsap advocating for immigrant rights and equality. We are a grassroots, immigrant-led community organizing and advocacy group working to create a community of justice and understanding. With the Jerusalem Declaration, I believe that we can both strengthen the fight against anti-Semitism by clarifying what it is and how it is manifested, and protect a space for an open debate about the difficult question of the future of Israel and Palestine. Your consideration of the IHRA definition, the one that is in the resolution before you, emerged as a response to the anti-Semitic comments in city council meetings this fall, and I support you in responding to that. However, please take into account that this definition has caused confusion and generated controversy, actually weakening the fight against anti-Semitism Among the opponents of codifying it include the Reform movement, the largest religious movement of Jews in the US. I thank you for your work to address anti-Semitism and to keep all Jews in Bremerton safe, indeed, to keep all people safe. I ask you to do this by adopting the best resource, the Jerusalem Declaration. Your decision affects all people in our county. Thank you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Danielle. I need to give like a 2 sentences of background. I'm part of the Latino community here in Kitsap County, and I feel intricately linked with our Jewish family in the entire county. Last year in May, a student dressed up as a Nazi and with a weapon threatened to cut up all the beaners. And I say that story because the first person I reached out to was Zan Jacob Brown. And she's been supportive of us. And I love her, and I love my Jewish neighbors and Jewish family members. I can say that as a member of the Latino community, we have been forced in our own place in North Kitsap, particularly, to debate issues of equity in front of large groups of white people. And it is humiliating. And I want to say today that I'm disappointed that after hate speech on October 18th, there wasn't an immediate response. I don't care if you don't have something in writing. Enough is enough. And to force a debate in public rather than gather community members and talk to them, I don't like it. And I hope that this doesn't happen to other groups of marginalized people. So please adopt anti-Semitic, like a document that people agree on and that they want. I'm not going to weigh in on that right now because I don't really think that it should be a public spectacle.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Andrew Ulrich. I just wanted to say that,
So you are another tall person that, there we go.
how about now? How's
Thank
that?
you. Can you repeat your name for us? And can we start his clock over, please?
So my name is Andrew Ulrich. I just want to say the IHRA definition is supported by 90% of the Jews worldwide. It's great that people have come up here to talk about the very obscure Jerusalem Declaration. I'd like to also say that as of April 2023, 42 nations have either adopted or endorsed the IHRA definition. This is roughly 1 in 5 countries around the world. And I think if it's good enough for them, it should be good enough for us. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, do we have anybody else for public comment on this item?
I need to grab my glasses. Hello, my name is Star, and I'm Jewish. As stated in a joint letter from over 104 human rights organizations to the UN, urging it to respect human rights in the fight against anti-Semitism, which I will be quoting and paraphrasing throughout. Quote, anti-Semitism is a pernicious ideology that poses real harm to Jewish communities around the world and requires meaningful action to combat it. I call on our local leaders to denounce anti-Semitism and to protect Jewish communities, including holding perpetrators of hate crimes accountable. As the Bremerton City Council develops an action plan to respond to anti-Semitism, some have been advocating that the council adopt and use the working definition of anti-Semitism of the IHRA. As a Jew, I strongly urge the council not to do so. Adoption of the IHRA definition by governments and institutions is often framed as an essential step in efforts to combat anti-Semitism. In practice, however, according to many leading anti-Semitism experts, scholars of Jewish studies, and the Holocaust, as well as free speech and anti-racism experts, the IHRA definition has often been used to wrongly label criticism of Israel as anti-Semitic and thus chill and sometimes suppress nonviolent protest, activism, and speech critical of Israel and or Zionism. And it has in practice been used in this way against university students and professors, grassroots organizers, human rights and civil rights organizations, humanitarian groups, and members of the US Congress who either document or criticize Israeli policies and who speak in favor of Palestinian human rights.
According to Jonathan Hafez, a Jewish professor of law and former senior attorney at the ACLU, who I will be quoting, quote, "The use of the IRA definition to vilify Israel's critics harms not only those critics, but also Jews as a whole by incorrectly suggesting that all Jews, regardless of their political beliefs, are necessarily supportive of the Israeli state and complicit in its occupation of Palestine and other human rights violations just by virtue of identifying as Jewish. Due to these serious problems with the IRA definition, alternative definitions have been put forward, including the Jerusalem Declaration of Anti-Semitism, which was written by hundreds of scholars of anti-Semitism, Holocaust studies, Jewish studies, and Middle East studies. By replacing the IRA definition with a more accurate Jerusalem definition, we can address anti-Semitism without insulating Israel from criticisms for its actions or censoring its critics. The ability to criticize states and their policies, whether at home or abroad, is central to democratic governance. Weaponizing criticism of Israel as necessarily anti-Semitic not only devalues the term's meaning to the detriment of all Jews, but also threatens Americans' free speech rights. The Bremerton City Council, as a government entity in a democratic country committed to the universal promotion of the rule of law and human rights, should ensure that its vital efforts to combat anti-Semitism do not inadvertently embolden or endorse policies and laws that determine fundamental human rights, including the right to speak and organize in support of Palestinian rights and to criticize Israeli government policies.
Perfect.
Please
Tanya.
adopt
Thank
the
you.
Bremerton resolution. Thank you.
Okay. Is there anybody else for public comment on this item? Come on up.
Mary Lou Long. This has been a very educational evening. It's been very emotional for a lot of people. There's a lot of political play going on with various entities. And we all know what hate speech is. We all know what violence against other people is. And we all detest both of those. And I don't know that the council is really ready to accept any resolution or any kind of overall statement about a definition unless you say, okay, we are against anti-Semitism. And I just feel that the October incident with someone calling in, I was there. I was appalled. I was upset. And I felt that the whole room felt like that. And I feel that this is a very sensitive issue for many, many people. And we all love each other. We want to do the right thing, but maybe sometimes doing something is not really the right thing. It might be causing more problems. That's all I really wanted to say. And I hope I share the feelings that are in this room of wanting to come together to support each other. Thank you.
Thank you.
So I'm Mike Simpson. I live in District 6. I was here. You members of the council were here, other than my representative. And I had the distinction of being able to speak after the person who is from Amsterdam called in. And this disgusting National Socialist said some of the most abhorrent things that I have heard. Now, you know, my little virgin ears have heard some nasty comments before. I have even been called names that I cannot repeat in council. But tonight, we're here to discuss whether the city council is going to adopt a resolution that codifies what hate speech is directed at the Jewish people. And personally, I don't need a piece of paper to know what hate speech is. I don't need a ruling from a government body to tell me when something is wrong, when something should be stopped. Now, I say that because I'm somebody who has stood up for this community and fought for our country, someone who is a combat veteran, someone who has been a member of law enforcement here in our community, protecting our neighborhoods. And when I heard this person, who is not even an American citizen, speak from outside our shores and say these vile things, it made me angry, as it should for everyone and for everybody that was in this room. the sentiment was that that they should be cut off and that their speech should be stopped. But because I swore an oath to our Constitution that you also have sworn to uphold. It is our duty to protect the people, to say those vile, hateful things. And it is our duty as citizens to come into this community and denounce everything that they say, just like everyone has done tonight. Because that is the cure for hate speech, is to have good speech come in and take its place, not to try and stomp it out. And the fact that we have to do this because government does not have the power to stop people from exercising their rights is codified in our Constitution. And I'm glad that we've had everybody that's in the chamber tonight come in and say something about this, because they absolutely should. Because the only time when evil will persist is when good men do nothing.
Thank you.
Roy Runyon, Bremerton. I was also at the council meeting. I also said that, I think I said that doesn't represent us. We're better than that. But maybe this is more of a procedural, practical issue. And I don't know how much lead time the council president had, the council staff had. But in future, I recommend, if there is serious consideration about approving an alternative to what's in the packet, the alternative be provided in the packet. So those of us in the public can actually speak from, I'm now reading this Jerusalem Declaration. First I've seen of it. So first I've heard of it tonight. So I don't know how much lead time, but sometimes you got to bring something. You had a pre-meeting before the council meeting, and that was an opportunity. That's always an opportunity to bring things on late. Not the best thing to do, but if there appears to be a lot of concern or support about an issue, that I suggest the council president do that. Bring it on, discuss it, and see what the council feels, walk it on as an alternative. It gets messy, and this is all messy. And the other thing I want to address is how this opens up Bremerton. If you have one idiot, yes, I'll say an idiot, with a ridiculous opinion that I don't agree with, can twist and bog us down, the business of government. I think it needs to be addressed. I think some of us addressed it as members of the public. But I'm concerned that if someone calls in, writes in, appears, says something here in the city of Bremerton, in the city limits, then the council has to respond. You guys need to think about that. To what degree do we respond? So anyway, it's a tough decision. You can simply defer this maybe one more cycle and read the Jerusalem Declaration, which I find it very interesting. First I've seen it, to be fair to all the council members. Thank you.
Thank you.
I am Rabbi Karen Gorbin. I am the rabbi of Temple Bethel in Tacoma. I came all the way out here to support the Jewish community here after I heard what had happened back in October. I wanted to share a story. When I was as part of a program, and I was rooming with a young Italian woman who said that in Italy, they have this expression that when someone picks up a coin from the ground, oh, they're such a rabbi. And I stopped her and I was like, wait, what? That is anti-Semitic. And she's like, no, we know that like rabbis are not, we're just talking about something totally different. It's not the same thing. I had to spend probably like a good half hour trying to explain to her that saying that someone who picks up a coin off the ground is a rabbi is in fact anti-Semitic. She had no working definition of what anti-Semitism is. It doesn't mean that a working definition is perfect, encompasses all the examples, or is even something that is legally binding, and in fact, this is not. What it does is it provides people a way of saying that what they are doing is within normal bounds and what they are doing is not within normal bounds. And so I urge you to pass this resolution. supporting the IHRA resolution, working definition of anti-Semitism, because it gives people a framework for understanding what anti-Semitism is and what anti-Semitism isn't. And that, I think, is what will help people be able to work in our community and use their speech and appropriately. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, we have a mic issue and a mic fix. Do we have anybody else for public comment on this issue? Okay, hearing none, I'll close public comment, and I'm going to do something a little different. I'd like to call a break right now. And so there's a lot of folks in this room that may not have been in the room together before. I suggest you talk about the weather while we break. It's currently 8:12 and we will be back at 8:20.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
Now that we've closed public comment, I will go to council for a motion. Vice President Mockler. It's all the public comment, isn't it?
Yeah,
It's wonderful.
public. Move to approve resolution number 3377 to adopt the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance working definition of anti-Semitism and to serve as a tool to identify and combat anti-Semitism.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Council, we're open for discussion. Vice President Mockler.
Thanks, Council President Chamberlain. I urge this council to approve this resolution. I have looked through, I have read it multiple times. And if it were legally binding, it would make it illegal to refer to Israel as a Nazi state, but it is not legally binding. There are millions of words in the English language. It's a beautiful language.
I'm sorry, Council President, point of order.
I don't think members of the public can do a point of order. So-
You can if parliamentary procedure has been violated. You had two of your presenters actually make the motion and second the motion. I think Parliament, and I would defer and ask that your parliamentarian make a decision on it. I don't argue with the sentiment of what my representative is stating. However, I do
Thank
not
you.
want this to be
Parliamentarian, can you go ahead and weigh in on that, please?
The only thing that would be unacceptable is if you make a motion and speak against the motion. There's
Thank you.
nothing wrong with them making a motion on their presented item.
Thank you. Vice President Mockler, please go ahead.
Thanks, Council President Chamberlain. It is not a legally binding resolution. It is a resolution that simply defines anti-Semitism. I'm so sorry. And enables people to think about the harm they do by assigning sentiments to any group of people. The woman who burst into tears brought tears to my eyes, and I'm very strong about women never crying in public. Never, never, never. It's been really difficult to be an American Jew at this time. So I hope that all of you have learned something from the many people who have spoken, and that this council can pass this resolution, not simply because we can then move on to the next crisis, which will come along as sure as eggs, but also because, as I said earlier, this happened on our platform, and we are responding to it. Okay, so emotional comment is I'm going to stop. Thank you all for caring and coming and speaking.
Thank you. Councilor Coughlin.
Well, thank you, President Chamberlain. Yes, I absolutely want to thank everybody for speaking up tonight, showing up. I want to respond to some of the statements made to clarify. I'm going to go back to, does IRA censor criticism of Israel? Cannot state enough that no, absolutely not. It does not prohibit anybody from exercising their First Amendment rights. It's just a tool to identify and address anti-Semitism. And again, IRA and that working definition, in those examples, it expressly recognizes that criticism of Israel's policies and politics, like criticism leveled at any other country's policies, cannot be regarded as anti-Semitic. There are 11 examples. And yes, many of them refer to Israel. But these examples are not are not etched in stone. They're guidelines so that critics can distinguish between criticizing national policies, which are totally acceptable, and denying a right to self-determination, which is not acceptable. Isolated individuals may have attempted to use this tool to shut down free speech, but just like any tool can be misused, it's important to call it out when you see it. It's not a problem with the tool itself. And again, this definition on its own is not legally binding and does nothing to prohibit any speech, even the most hateful. Addressing the Jerusalem Declaration on anti-Semitism, it's not without its own issues, which hasn't been brought up yet. That particular definition holds Israel to a double standard by requiring behavior not expected of any other democratic nation. And one of the founding members of writing that JDA resolution, Richard Falk, has compared Israel to Nazi Germany and spread conspiracy theories about the 9/11 terrorist attacks. So there are problematic issues with the Jerusalem Declaration of Anti-Semitism. I want to reiterate that the vast majority of the Jewish people do support IRA. It's been brought up that Ken Stern, who was a author of IRA, now criticizes it. It's worth pointing out that he was not the sole author. He was one AJC staff member who at the time collected and sorted through different definitions of anti-Semitism, had multiple draft proposals. And then him and dozens of experts around the world got together to draft IRA. So he's a lone voice that has come out and criticized it. It's not the majority. Council, when we had the very difficult conversations almost a year ago now, when we formed the Race Equity Commission, we had a really difficult conversation on whether we should expand that scope to keep it focused solely on race, as was requested by the community, or expanded to other marginalized communities. And we learned, myself included back then, to listen to the people who are asking us for something specific and not to expand it. And I want to reiterate that this request for IRA, for this resolution, was a specific ask from our community. The Reform Judaism, the Union for Reform Judaism does support IRA. In 2021, they discussed the statements, but they do support it. The UN Secretary General supports IRA, and the Special Rapporteur for Freedom of Religion of the UN, who is a Muslim, also supports IRA. Again, the majority supports it, and I think what's most important is our local Bremerton Jewish community who are here tonight are speaking overwhelmingly in favor of IRA. So council, my ask is that we listen to the majority of our Jewish community, especially in Bremerton here. Let's adopt IRA. Let's add this tool to our toolbox to address hate, and then move forward to use our energy collaboratively to work together to just continue addressing hate and racism in our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Robolowski.
I want to give some other points of view that haven't come up at all tonight or any public discussions. I was here listening to the vile speech, but it wasn't just about Jews. There was horrific things said about Black men, and I don't see anybody even mentioning that. I would have been much happier if council had more fully discussed this first so that it was more inclusive. I mean, we got emails from our Muslim community saying that they're afraid to even come here and talk about this publicly because they don't feel safe. I've talked to a lot of my neighbors and constituents, and some are very devout Jews, and they asked me to vote no on this. And also some who are more culturally Jews also asked me to vote no on this. I looked at this as not unique to Bremerton because it happened all over the country in the same 2-week period where lots of communities were Zoom bombed like this by the same hateful people. And it was horrible listening to it. And I wish that city council had come out quicker, but it's not like everybody didn't recognize that it was anti-Semitic speech. It was at the time, the rules in place demanded that anybody calling in on public comment had 3 minutes to speak. And I saw the council president struggling whether or not he should shut off the mic, and he conferred with the city attorney. And at the time, we didn't have a rule in place to immediately shut down speech. We do have a rule in place at this time. So I don't think anybody in the room didn't recognize that it was anti-Semitic. I really don't. But if it does make our local Jewish community, the majority, but not all, feel safer by having this in place, I'm not going to stop it. But I was really disturbed when I saw some of the comments made to other groups saying, well, if you want something, you can propose your own resolution. I didn't think that was a fair response to people. And I wish this had been more robust to include others that were harmed that night and continue to be harmed. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Counselor Frey.
President Chamberlain. I've already admitted, we all have our own perceptions, and they're informed by our experience. And I'm not Jewish, although I think the Anti-Defamation League in San Diego thought I was when they hired me. And I worked there for several years. And that left a permanent imprint with me. I learned a lot of what I know about the Jewish community, about its history, about its need for security. I learned a lot at the Anti-Defamation League, and so that's my come from. And when I see the ADL has supported this, along with many other national and international Jewish organizations, that carries weight with me because I know what level of depth those professionals have who work in those organizations. I've often told my Jewish colleagues that it's really too bad that most of you are white, because it would be so much more recognizable if you were people of color. There are things that happen to the Jewish community that are not recognized or are diminished because of the color of their skin. I believe that. I see it. I've seen it here tonight. And I don't think that that's right. I think a part of our community, a really important part of our community, came to us. And yes, there were other expressions of, there was racism on that call. There was homophobia on that call. A couple of us actually stepped out. We couldn't really listen to it anymore. People don't recognize anti-Semitism. They really don't. And I think when we heard it like that, that's easily recognizable. And yet, so much of what's connected to that, underneath that, is not so recognizable. And I think it's very easy to overlook that. I believe in this resolution. I am sorry that it's taken so long myself. I want to provide every aspect of our community safety and security and warmth and wonderful lives. And I'm sorry that there's so much antagonism. It's not just passion here tonight. There is a whole lot of anger in this room. And I see it in the body language. I wish that we could talk through that anger and get past that anger, where we really are talking about security and we are really talking about making people feel safe. And I think that's what this resolution is all about. So thank you.
Thank you. Counselor Younger.
Thank you. Last study session, you had a chance to watch it or listen to the words, you'll know I was much more animated in my support of this than I'll be tonight. Because it was the moment. It was like, why are we doing this? I spoke out on why we're doing this. For tonight, I just want to read the 3 sections in the actual resolution. I know that most all of you that are here for this topic have read this, but there's other people here waiting for another agenda item that maybe have not read it. And so I want to take my time to read the actual resolution. Section 1, the City Council adopts the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance's working definition of anti-Semitism in full for the city of Bremerton, including the examples provided by the IHRA to serve as a tool to identify and combat anti-Semitism in Bremerton. Section 2, the City Council condemns all forms of anti-Semitism, both in word and in deed, as defined by the IRHA working definition and its provided examples as supporters and allies of our Jewish community. Section 3, the City Council strongly stands against hate, bias, and violence based on race, nationality, ethnicity, religion, sex, gender, sexual orientation, and/or disability, and urges all residents to come together and support our Jewish neighbors. There's 2 other sections, is basically administrative severability and the effective date. So the main sections, the meat of it is sections 1, 2, and 3. I appreciate everybody's testimony tonight. We're never going to be able to address everybody's concerns in a resolution. I'm hearing from the majority of the people that of the Jewish faith that want this passed, and I am certainly for it. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor Younger. Is Counselor Good now online? Did his hand raised at all? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, Counselor Good now, you're up.
Yeah, just I think in hindsight, I wish we took some action faster. And I think our jaws were all on the ground as far as not even believing that it happened here in our community, right? Nobody wants to think of that. And of course, we did kind of realize that it was not local and it was, a target from afar. But, there's so much passion in the room tonight. I really just want to thank everybody for coming out. But I really support us doing something tonight. And you know what? We didn't act quick enough. And our Jewish community leaders presented us with this and support this. And I think it's the right thing for us to do to move this forward tonight. And, we can continue to look at whether this was perfect or imperfect. Very little of what we do, honestly, is perfect, right? And, and you can ask a team of adults to do a task for you, and they all might approach it slightly different. And, because we're a diverse community. But I feel like we've invested in this. I think we've definitely heard. I want to make sure people understand that we have heard the opposition to this, but I think we should move forward and take sort of a long overdue action. That's all I have. Thanks.
Thank you, Counselor Goodnow. Okay, and then there's me. So and I feel like when I start to show you this, that Vice President Mockler is just going to recoil, but I printed out every public comment for this item and the next one. So here we are. So these are the public comments that we received by email for this item. And I read each one of them. I separated them by for, against. I separated them by supporting one cause over another. And I definitely applaud our local Jewish community for their very coordinated effort to see this through. And you know, I don't normally go to the MLK event. I'm not a person of faith, so to speak. Not even so to speak. I'm not a person of faith. And so going there was, I found it very churchy. And I think Rabbi Emily was there as well. But what I was able to do is kind of see through that and listen to the messaging. And I believe it was Mr. Harris, who's the president of the NAACP, said, listen to the communities that bring their issues to you. So that's what I'd like to do. I'd like to honor that. So we have two issues that are brought up in all of the public comment that we received. And those two issues are support the IRA definition and also support our Arab and Muslim community. So, you know, on a grander scale and people that work, that do this work, if they're able to see on the next level, they see that there are forces that bring these causes to pit people against each other to distract you from the issues. And it is not an either or, it's an and. And on a few points, I disagree with my colleague, Counselor Fry. One I will talk about, which is that I don't see that there's, I don't see it as anger. I see it as fear and love. And what you have is a fear and a love for your communities. And unfortunately, the forces, the powers that be have pitted you against each other, and that's not how it should be. So I support this resolution. And I also want to make a commitment to bring forward a resolution to support the Arab and Islamic communities in Kitsap. And so that will come in time, Council. I hope you'll consider it when you see it. Sorry, Attorney Fennell, I did not even warn you about this, but I'll be connecting with you later. And that's all I have to say about this. Thank you. Is there any other comment from the councilors? Okay, with that, I'll call for the vote.
Councilmember Goodnow,
Yes.
Mockler,
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Younger,
Yes.
Fry,
Yes.
Coughlin,
Yes.
Grabowski,
Yes.
Chamberlain.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously. Our next item on the agenda is item 6D, and it's a resolution to affirm the city's path to develop homeless shelter. Our first presenter will be Katie Ketterer.
And actually, I'd like to give us, I'm not calling for a break, but Katie, if you could give us just another minute or two before you start your presentation. I know there's folks that have been here. Okay, and at this time, I'd like to recognize Ms. Ketterer.
Thank you. Good evening, council.
Oh, for just a moment, so, friends, if you could join out together in the lobby, that would be great. And then to say your goodbyes there. Thank you so much for your help with that.
Good evening, council, and thank you. I am Katie Ketterer, and I am here to present the administration's recommendation for moving forward with a shelter at the Oyster Bay site. You can go ahead and go past to the third slide. I'm going to skip forward just a bit. So the administration's recommendation is to build a congregate shelter with a capacity for up to 100 people. It would be a low barrier facility that does not require coordinated entry. The goal is always to have beds available for anyone who is facing a housing crisis in Bremerton, so that no one should have to spend a night out on the streets. The shelter would operate as a 24/7 day and night shelter year-round with wraparound human services to connect folks to the care that they need. We envision this as part of a first step in the continuum of care with temporary stays for folks as they're stabilized and moved on to more transitional and permanent housing solutions. We believe that this provides a safety net for those who are waiting for those transitional and permanent housing solutions, or for those that are, somehow ineligible for housing solutions. The shelter site would operate as a closed campus with security and on-site outdoor areas for clients to be outside and to help prevent loitering in the surrounding neighborhood. Next slide. So why are we recommending a sprung structure? It's a building that provides a cost-effective, time-effective building option for us to come to a solution to house people quickly. It has a very flexible interior space that can be designed to fit the community needs. And it can be, in some future, hopefully, when we don't need that space any longer, it could be repurposed for public works in the future. So some of the things that this development would provide is parking. Again, it's an enclosed campus, trauma-informed design, outdoor recreation area. Consider accommodating pets, families, office space for on-site services, phone and computer access, mail service, laundry, hygiene, and security and monitoring to ensure safety for all clients and the neighborhood. Next slide. These are just some preliminary layouts of what the site would look like. Next slide. These are some interior options that have been utilized by other communities in their designs of these types of sprung structures. As you can see, there are a lot of options that we can employ through this process. While we want to have the ability and option to house as many people as are needed to meet Bremerton's immediate needs, should we not need that much space, there are other ways that we can repurpose the interior of this space to provide more, more privacy for the folks who are there. Next slide. So we have a very clear understanding of our timeline and how we can deliver opening the shelter within the time frame that it is needed before Salvation Army closes its emergency shelter. We included also a timeline for the public outreach, shelter operations planning, and the SEPA and permitting documentation. Next slide. I want to point out again with the funding plan that we have, we do have a gap of $1.2 million, which our strategy to close that revenue gap would be to pursue some state grants. We also have $2 million from water funds that we are able to utilize because this is the Oyster Bay site. There's $1.1 million, and that's really the flexible funding that is available for a shelters project within the city. Next slide. With the operations, we acknowledge that we will need to develop an operations plan with all of our local experts, with people with lived experience of being in shelters and experiencing housing crisis, and with the surrounding community. The shelter design and the operations plan will need to inform one another. So they kind of go hand in hand. Kind of with that is, that will inform as well a cost estimate. So we don't have a cost estimate yet. That would need to come along as we understand the operations plan. And then we can also work on a funding strategy for the operations plan. But generally, we understand that we would need to contract out for the operations, while facility repair and general maintenance would be covered by city forces. And the Salvation Army has expressed interest in serving the community as an operator of a facility that is at Oyster Bay specifically designed to be a shelter, which is the problem that they have with their existing facility, is that was not designed to be a shelter. And so they're bringing out mats every day. It's not a very, it's not a good long-term situation for Salvation Army. Next slide. So our next steps, should the council opt to go with this option, is to continue with the site grading design, and to proceed with the full design of the site and the permitting, pursue funding for the shelter to close our funding gap, pursue funding and planning for shelter operations, pursue shelter design contract, and create and execute a public outreach plan. So that's it for my presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Ketterer. That was exactly 7 minutes.
Get out, really?
Yeah, it was. Thank you very much. Do you call the next presenter, Ms. Hoover, or do I? I can call the next presenter, which is Counselor Coughlin, with our next resolution up on deck, which is, oh goodness, Counselor Coughlin, can you please give us the resolution number and please introduce it for us?
Resolution is 3375, and
Thank
I'd
you.
like to defer to our community partners for their presentation, and then I'll sum up the resolution.
Well, at this time, I have suggested for you to be the presenter.
So I will sum up the resolution at the end, and they were going to go ahead and present the summary of their proposal.
Okay. I'll go ahead and defer to Counselor Coughlin, so I'm going to give you the same time limit, combined of 7 minutes, okay? So we can be equal in all things.
Will the presentation be? Okay.
Hello, Council President Chamberlain and council members. My name is Monica Bernard. I am the Chief Executive Officer at Kitsap Mental Health Services, and I'm speaking on behalf of our partners today to offer yet another option for your consideration. We know that this is a very difficult decision, and I want to reiterate, as I said last week that whatever decision is made, we're all committed to its success. Next slide. Our vision ultimately is to create an intentional pathway to permanent housing, one that incorporates elements of low barrier shelter as is being proposed by the city, but also incorporates transitional housing and permanent housing options. Next slide. I think the key to remember is that there's not one size that fits all. These words come from a resident of a shelter, and they point to the broad needs of people that are experiencing homelessness. Next slide. So we're here to present another model. Next slide. Our model is simple. One, we agree with the need for the congregate shelter. We would suggest much smaller, up to 50 beds. We are also proposing 40 pallet homes that would provide some dignified private transitional space for people who may not have another option for their housing. And all of this would be wrapped around with supportive services and taking advantage of the 250 vouchers that Bremerton Housing Authority has for permanent housing. Next slide. We believe that this is an important model for our community. It's not a forever option, but it does offer our community housing dignity. Next. And we see this, the housing dignity, I guess we just spoke to that. I'm going to go on it because I know time is limited. Next, please. So the costs of this I know are very important. So we'll lay them out at a high level for you. The overall capital costs that we anticipate are for the 40 pallets is 1.4 million. For the congregate shelter would be 1 million. So 2.4 for the capital side of this. And at the high end, we're estimating upwards of 3 million on annual operating costs, which are detailed out as follows. Next slide. So the staffing model, any type of operating model for this type of shelter, whether it's 100 beds or 50 beds, needs to have a robust staffing model. And we base this on the model that we're using right now at Pendleton Place. And the other items on the right-hand side detail out a number of the other annual operating costs. The two bottom lines there are really more one-time capital costs. Next. So what's important here is that our work is based on this housing continuum. No matter what your cause of getting into homelessness, we have to help you move up the continuum. Next. And through it all, we have to wrap around services. And that's where our community partners come in. That's where our strength is. Next. So very quickly, next slide. Here's a map of the shelters across our community today. Next. And this is not an all-inclusive list of shelter beds, but I want to call out why this is especially important. If one of the things that this model has to do is to help move people through the system. If you have an individual that's occupying a bed for a year, you're going to serve one individual with that bed. If you have an individual that's occupying that bed for a month, you're going to serve 12 people a year with that bed. If you're moving people more quickly after a week, you could serve up to 50 people with that bed. So we expand the capacity of our community by having a much more intentional approach with respect to not just shelter, but migrating people into other housing options, including transitional housing. Next. Don't intend to say that we're speaking for everybody on this list, but our pride and joy is the community of providers that work together trying to address these issues. I'm going to skip over the next couple of slides. And just very quickly show you pictures of the pallet model. Our team did go out and take a look at this. Next. It's part of a community that would include community rooms, laundries, place for service providers as well. Next. It's being used all over this country. Next. including 2 locations here in Washington where they've seen a significant reduction in police calls as well as cleanup costs. Next. Here's some pictures of the inside of one of the pallet homes. Next. So a pallet community is definitely a key part of our strategy. Next. How do we begin? It's a simultaneous process. We believe that we're going to have to pull the key people together to bring this task force in place. We cannot do this without the city. This is key that the city is part of this solution. We need to identify the appropriate sites for purchase or lease. We need to conduct the community impact analysis. We have to do the community outreach, and we definitely have to find all the funding. Next. The funding resources, I have to say there are no magic pots of money for things like this. As I know that you realize, there are
30
no,
seconds.
I'm sorry, did I hit time?
30 seconds.
Okay, thank you. No magic. So we cannot do this without the support of the city and the county and even state dollars. Next. But what's really important, next slide, is that we work together on a community outreach plan. We look at feasibility. We have a security plan. We have outreach with our community businesses, community meetings. Next. We believe that if we do the site analysis over the next couple of months, there could be an RFP and we can open a shelter with the pallet houses on the same timing. Thank you
so
very
Ms.
much.
Bernard. Thank you.
And so
And next up is Counselor Younger.
so the resolution.
So I'm sorry, point of order.
Sorry,
I called 7 minutes for each item and we're
Point of order,
over 7
Council
minutes.
President, I'd like to request just 30 extra seconds to read the resolution statement. It was not
Sure.
made clear that our community partners only had 7 minutes of that. Yeah.
And to rebuttal, I was not made clear they'd be coming in, so this was not, I was expected Counselor Coughlin. So Counselor Younger, would you like to cede some time to Counselor?
The City Council of
Coughlin?
the City of Bremerton affirms the city's commitment to supporting community partners in the development of a hybrid low barrier walk-up
So-
congregate and pallet shelter as outlined.
Go ahead and, point of order, can we cut his mic, please?
Okay, I'd like to appeal your decision and go to the council, please.
Sure, let's do it.
I appeal. Is there a second?
Okay.
So
You have 30
actually,
more seconds to read the
instead of
resolution.
going through all this, I'd like to cede some of my 7
Perfect.
minutes.
Okay.
Take
Let's
as
do
much
that.
time as you-
Thank
Please
you.
do.
Thank you, Councilor Younger.
Thank you, Counselor Younger.
Resolution 3375, the pertinent section is section 1. The City Council of the City of Bremerton affirms the city's commitment to supporting community partners in the development of a hybrid, low barrier walk-up congregate and pallet shelter as outlined in their January 10th, 2024 presentation to the City Council, with the intent of contributing 1.3 million from the 2024 City of Bremerton budget to the project via a funding agreement. Thank you.
Thank you. That was roughly 30 seconds. Thank you.
Thank you,
Council-
everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, and I appreciate you coming here today.
Thank you.
Thank you. Counselor Younger.
Thank you. So for the purposes of the public's discussion tonight, when you come to the podium, express your opinion. I suggest that the original proposal, the first resolution, the mayor's resolution, the administrator's resolution, please refer that as option A. The second resolution, the hybrid option, let's call that option B. The option that I'm going to provide for you to consider or to give comment on, actually for the council to consider, is called option C. Option C leaves open option A and B. Why are you doing that, Eric? The reason is I've heard both presentations as these have evolved. And I want to state on the record that I would prefer option B. I said that last week. If we could identify an entity in this task force that will take the lead and say, yes, I'm going to run this program. Right now, there's too many unknowns. Is it the Bremerton Housing Authority? Because if it is, if you council members, if you've read your emails, there's question whether they even have legal authority to do so. So I stated last week that I would prefer the Bremerton Housing Authority be the lead on this as the city of Bremerton's lead for low-income housing. So I'm all for that. The reason, in my opinion, why this is before us tonight is the administration has a deadline for securing grant funding, and that deadline is January 20th, 2024, to go in front of the state legislature and ask for additional grant money. We had some deficits identified in option A. Option B has even more holes in it as far as funding. However, I do not doubt the resolve of the entities that are here tonight and that are listed on that slide of their ability to come up with the funding. However, I feel it's irresponsible at this point in juncture to pick either option. Instead, my option C says, let's let this play out. However, we put in guardrails to prevent option A from taking over. I listened, and there's plenty of comments about not enough public input or the council not having enough control. So this option C says, go ahead and pursue both options at the same time. Option B, folks can revise what they're going to do. Tell me who the lead agency is. Tell me that you're committed to do this, and we can go with option B at any time. In the meantime, option A can proceed in the following manner if this resolution is passed. One, the first step, and you can't go to the next 2, 3, 4, and 5 until they're finished in sequential order. Step 1, execute a contract with a consultant, complete all design and permitting for grading, utility construction, and related site improvements for the city-owned parcels immediately north of Public Works Complex at 100 Oyster Bay Avenue North. All work completed on this contract will be forward compatible with the use of this property for public works purposes. However, and I heard all this about have to be in accordance with SEPA. However, the permitting and State Environmental Policy Act process activities will include development of the low barrier walk-up congregate shelter to evaluate feasibility of the site for that purpose. Should the city council approve the shelter development at this site in the future? 2, so that's the first step. Second, award a contract to construct all grading, utilities, and related site improvements outlined in item 1 above, which are forward compatible with the use of the property for public works purposes. 3, now at any one point in time, if the folks under option B come up with a proposal that the council says, yeah, this works, then we do it. We just drop this. In the meantime, we've got a facility, we got $2 million. We can do the grading. We can use it for our public works annex for expanding the public works, which is what was the intended use of the property. Believe me, I don't want a homeless shelter there. I don't. I want it to be used for its intended purpose. However, I do believe that we have an obligation as on this council to consider all the criteria and make an informed decision. Going with option B right now, that's not responsible in my opinion. So number 3, again, provided we haven't switched to option B, is to execute a contract with a consultant, complete all design and permitting for a low barrier walk-up shelter. And number 4 is to award a contract. So the city council would expect updates on the status of each phase prior to proceeding to further phases, as I had mentioned. It is the intent of the city council to review other available options as the city progresses through the development feasibility process, as I just outlined, including but not limited to the hybrid shelter option B, as proposed by the city council study session on January 10th, 2024. That's option C.
Okay, thank you very much. And at this point in time, we're going to do some public recognition. And so what I'd like to remind folks of with public recognition is that comments should be directed to the dais and not to administration and not to staff. So with that, please feel free to line up and please provide your name for public record.
Good evening, Council. My name is Zach Mann. I suspect that you probably all recognize me by now. I'm here because I'm doing my civic duty. I did just listen to Councilperson Younger's plan for option C. I still don't think option C is a good one. It raises the question as to why it's so important to develop 100 Oyster Bay Avenue. And I don't think that you can get past the developmental stage. That property is protected. The SEPA issue has been delayed on purpose. So I just advise against that. I brought with me my 2 daughters and my lovely fiance. I want to say that the correct option is BHA's plan B. The reason for that is that's the plan that reunites families. It's not just getting people off the street. I'm living testimony of this. I'm reunited with my family because of this. The continuum that you saw in the presentation from start to finish, I reached the other end. And I can stand up here before you today with 100% assuredness. I'm giving you my testimony. I believe in these people. I'm one of their success stories. I don't think I need to speak any longer. Vote the right choice. And I know you all know what that is. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm not as tall as Zach. I will be bringing that back to you. Okay. My name is Sarah Setti, and I would first like to thank the Salvation Army, Tony, Jill, Monica, Joe, and the Common Street organization for all they brought to the table at last week's study session. I come to you tonight a tired Bay Vista resident, tired of this battle we were strong-armed into fighting. I use the term battle because make no mistake, we are fighting. Fighting for our safety, our properties, our children, and the outlook for our neighborhood. Just this week, a resident in our area found 5 empty Fireball bottles in a common space and hidden in a ditch a bag full of needles. We are still struggling with the RVs and broken down cars that collect grocery carts and other filth on our streets. And due to the Kitsap rescue mission moving, we have seen an increase in transients causing mischief and asking for handouts within our neighborhood and at Winco. We already have enough battles at our front doors and do not appreciate another one being forced on us by option A. I'm also tired of hearing all I know is that we are not going back to last summer. The Salvation Army has already agreed to stay open until spring of 25, providing enough time to make the right decision instead of a decision made based on fear. That excuse of not going back to last summer is null and void, so please let's stop using it. Last week, our community agencies brought to you a beautiful Plan B as requested. It was comprised of compassion, empathy, understanding, and human dignity, all of the same components that Common Street presented that you were all so smitten with. I pray the fact that option A is still on the table, the fact that it's still on the table is for due diligence purposes only. Because if you vote that path through, here's what we will hear. Yes, I know we were given option B that offers more case-by-case flexibility for different types of homeless. Yes, both plans have basically the same budget and open date. Yes, option B was built by a collection of agencies who are experts on the needs of homeless and who are more equipped to make these choices. But we are going with the inferior option instead. The option that forces your neighborhood into submission. The option that was not collaborative, not understanding of nearby residents, did not take into consideration its proximity to homes, schools, and playgrounds. And in my opinion, lacked transparency until receiving pushback. The option that does not cater as well to individual cases such as families, those with pets, those with past trauma. To quote a comment made by the council member last week, so I think the approach we had was, better than being on the street. If that is the standard and approach you want to continue, then so be it, go with option A. I hope you choose to raise the bar that fits everyone's needs. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Council. My name is Kendall Ross with the Ambrose Apartments in the Bay Vista neighborhood. First, we'd like to thank the City Council again for all their time and energy spent reviewing these proposals and for your continued good questions as you work to find the best solution for everyone in Bremerton. I'm here to support the experts proposal only because it's the only proposal that was prepared by the human services community that know these issues backwards and forwards. In last week's study session, Mayor Wheeler finally provided more information, but his new information raised even more questions that we feel the council should consider. The option A proposal does not require coordinated entry or any screening. By doing this, does that mean that there is no setup to help clients transition? Can anyone come and go as they please without working with a case manager? Does the mayor really have no concerns about putting this so close to a park and a school? Option A proposal has been unclear about whether it will allow children and families. Most recently, the mayor's team said they would consider it. How can the city even consider putting children in a shelter that will have no screening requirement for the other occupants? The budget for option A proposal also still lacks a lot of information. First, is the SEPA process going to be free? The budget doesn't have any line items for slope stability analysis, wetland analysis, species analysis, or transportation analysis. These expert reports are expensive. Second, last week, option A team told us that the budget does not include the cost of building out internal structures inside the sprung shelter, which is basically a large tent. How will these inside improvements be funded? Most importantly, the council has never been given an answer about who will cover operations and maintenance costs if the shelter is to open this year. Vague statements about a variety of sources do not give the council the clarity that you have asked for. Mayor Wheeler is asking to spend $300,000 to get this started now. What happens to those funds if the legislature doesn't approve the mayor's appropriation request? What happens to the city's $300,000? Last week, we heard a clear, complete, and conscientious plan from our local human services experts. I cannot thank them enough for all the work that they very quickly put into this plan. The expert proposal prepared by the council's community partners actually considers the continuum of care and works towards a permanent solution. Option A does not. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Diana Liacano. My husband and my son both served proudly in the military, as did many other of my friends and neighbors and people that are here. Of that, my home, my security is a place that's for my child, my children, my grandchildren, my neighbors' children, and their grandchildren, as with these children here. I won't play it or fool with you or lie to you or tell you anything else, but that we need safety for the kids. That large field that we have that's a part of Plan A, that, as I said in the beginning of a very first meeting, I said, talk to me like I'm a 2-year-old. 2-year-olds need to know exactly what's going on without having someone constantly slapping their hands. You need to know, we need to know that it's okay if something goes wrong, but those that are homeless, they don't understand that what the plan is to literally throw them into a box. And then something that they've already had stolen from them, their security, removed. They don't need to have that security removed. They need to know that there's something there, which is including all medical, anything you can think of, that should be there. And I'm asking you to choose B, not just for me, but for my children, my grandchildren, and for the children that are sitting here. Thank you.
Thank you.
I typically have a pretty loud voice too, so I just want to make sure you can hear me. My name is Lisa, and I'm a Bremerton resident. I'm a small business owner, and I'm a nationally credentialed advocate working with survivors of domestic violence and sexual abuse for more than 25 years. I'm also a very proud mom to 3 adult children adopted from Russia when they were toddlers. I hope you'll recall my daughter Nika came to speak to you in November at a council meeting. Today, she celebrates 1 year, 4 months, I'm probably gonna cry, and 29 days in recovery from addiction. Her experience as a previously unhoused Bremerton resident weighs heavily on me. And I share this background with you to help frame my comments, both as a mom and as a social service professional. The Salvation Army was a lifeline to my daughter, and I honestly don't know if she would have made it through it without their support and their help, and I am forever grateful. However, I spent nearly 2 of the most difficult years of my life driving the streets of Bremerton, looking for her, offering her food, hope, and support, a ride to the hospital for treatment, a tent so she could stay out of the elements, sun and rain. And a couple of things came more clear to me. Services are available, but she has to want them. But before she could want services, she had to feel safe. Her experiences in Bremerton's congregate shelter were not safe emotionally, and not safe physically. And this is in no way a reflection on the staff or volunteers of the Salvation Army, because I do believe she's here because of what they were able to do for her. It's more a reflection on a one-size-fits-all situation that a congregate shelter system has, that there's no clear path forward for the next step, whatever that next step needs to be. I have more than 2 decades of experience in the social service field, and the system is still difficult for me to navigate. So if you imagine that you are unhoused and possibly living with addiction or managing mental health issues or sharing floor space with someone else who is experiencing those issues, you can easily see the roadblocks and difficulty accessing services is completely multiplied. My daughter said being eligible for services is one thing. Being able to access services is another. Building a large congregate shelter in Bremerton is not what our city needs. It cannot offer the next level support that will provide privacy, dignity, and opportunity to honestly address the root causes of homelessness. I ask you to vote for option B so that Bremerton can move forward and provide a tiered support system for our unhoused neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Jeff Clausen. I'm a resident of Bremerton. As Councilmember Younger asked last week, should the city be in the business of owning and operating homeless shelters? The issue of unhoused citizens is, of course, a city issue, and the city has a responsibility to help address the problem. But like many issues that the city needs to address, the answers to this lie in part outside the city with the experts. The city, like all governmental agencies, has strengths and weaknesses. And all agencies look to outside experts, especially those in the community, to help address these weaknesses and to support the strengths. Where was the due diligence for this effort? Up until last week, all we had seen was a single approach with a single vendor proposed without the input of community experts. This doesn't make sense, and in my experience, this will not result in a positive solution. Last week, we heard from many of these experts, option 2, who are working together to provide an agile solution that works to address the complexities of the issues, not a one-size-fits-all solution, which is what the city is proposing in option 1. Considering the short notice given to the group, the presentation was well outlined and well presented. And I'll also add that it's the only one that proposes operational activities and costs. I urge you to thoroughly consider option 2, the nonprofit alternative presented last week. As we do with many city projects, let's collaborate with our community partners, the experts on this issue, to implement a solution that truly addresses the complex issues of our unhoused neighbors, instead of a solution that focuses on warehousing all of them in one shelter. Furthermore, as you make the important decision, put yourself in the shoes of those struggling, this struggling segment of our community. What kind of solutions would you want available? What solutions best addresses the continuum of care, which is essential to getting people out of this desperate situation? The approach must be agile, right-sized, and adaptable, as option 2 is, and one that doesn't unfairly impact one specific neighborhood. Let this approach be a joint effort between the city, the experts, and the citizens. Thank you, City Council, and thanks to the City Administration for taking on this challenge.
Hello again.
Thank
Spoke
you.
earlier. My name is Courtney Bull. I just want to preface with I am actually a communion member. I am also the office manager at Eagles Wings Coordinated Care, which is a recent position I have taken after touring one of I co-own with my husband a church property in Gorst that was talked about and toured with some of the Housing Coalition, attendees. And this kind of has become near and dear to my heart. Both me and my husband have addiction and homelessness in our family. So this is coming from a very personal level. Some of the statistics I read in the pamphlet earlier, 34% increase in homelessness in 2023 from 2022. 245 reported unsheltered, and that's reported. They believe there's a lot more to that. 75% of respondents that were asked used to have stable housing in Kitsap County. Some of the most common challenges were mental health. Eagles Wings and our partners have systems in place to address that. Chronic substance abuse, also systems in place to address that. Chronic health conditions, again, we have skilled nursing staff. Permanent disability, same thing. Some of the causes of homelessness is mental health, employment barriers, and eviction or loss of housing. Again, we have multiple areas to be able to deal with that. Many of our leaders in our partnerships have 15 or more years of experience. Eagles Wings and our community partners have served generations of these people for years and developed relationships with them. These community partners have the know-how, the experience, and the respect of not just the homeless community, but also our community partners. It's easier to be unhoused here in Bremerton than in some of the bigger cities, is what we've heard from some of the homeless community. But we have the experience to help them and move them along the continuum of care. We have transitional housings. My husband and I actually have 2 Eagles Wings houses and an Oxford house, and we plan to keep going. Eagles Wings has an 18-year relationship with Adrian Properties, who also rents to them and continues to plan to do so. I think that option B is absolutely the only way to go. I feel like there's accountability. I feel like there's, and the only issue I heard last week was that there's no fiscal management. And I think that is a very easy problem to solve. And I don't think that should be what stops us. So I appreciate your time and your consideration. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Knoll. Before you begin, we're going to go ahead and call on, we are allowing Zoom commenters. So who do we have online? Joan? Thank you. I turned this off. Oh, perfect. Joan Hanton.
Okay, thank you. It's a target-rich environment, so I'm going to try to dial in. I want to speak to option C. I really applaud that you're trying to respect that you gave the mayor a task and he identified a finish line and he ran for it. All I'm going to say about that is that the course changed. We live in a dynamic world. A great idea starts somewhere. I think you had a great idea. I think he started down a great path. But with anything, when you allow it to evolve, it evolves into something where the collective is much wiser than one person planning alone. And, I get that you want to pursue maybe 2 options, but if you want to build a public works building, go build a public works building. Make that a separate agenda item, figure out how you're going to fund it, move it forward on your strategic plan and go for it. But please don't use the homeless and the homeless funding that many communities are competing for as a shield to do a different project. Let's put the homeless money into the homeless. We have 40,000 people that we know are coming into the city of Bremerton in the next 3 to 5 years from the shipyard project alone. We have got to get our arms around this. Our housing is going to continue to be competitive. Our rates are going to continue to go up. We have got to figure this out. We've got the players at the table. I also want to speak to, I understand your concerns about who's going to be the fiscal agent. Please let the Bremerton Housing Authority hold their annual or their monthly meeting next Monday. They will address that issue. I am a housing commissioner. I cannot speak for BHA, but I can tell you that we are all very much in tune with the dynamics of homelessness and housing. If you'd asked us 3 years ago, we would have told you homelessness is not our issue, only housing. If you ask us today, we will tell you that housing authorities across the country are understanding now that they must become intimately involved with the homelessness problem. It is a continuum. I applaud what you did earlier with common streets. I don't know them, but what I saw you do there was partnership. The grassroots, the police department, common streets, they can get them to the door. But when they walk over the threshold, we've got to have partnership in the other half of the continuum, because otherwise You send them into a big congregate shelter, you might as well build a turnstile in the back door. They're going to get out as fast as they can. We want to keep them. We want to move them. Absolutely a small shelter. I believe in these nonprofits. I believe in their plan. I also tell you, they don't come here alone. They come here with about 50 board members and commissioners that the mayor appointed and you confirmed behind them. They're talking to their boards. We know what they're doing. This is going to succeed. The community's behind it. The nonprofits are behind it. I respect everybody who's had a voice or a role in making this happen, but let's do what we all can do best together.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
Okay, my name is Bree Medley. I'm a resident of Bremerton. Good evening, council members. Thank you for the continued opportunities to speak to you on this project to date and again this evening. I would like to commend Councilmember Younger for the option C. However, I do want to talk real quickly about one thing specific to the site and utilizing it as a homeless shelter. I have previously written to the council regarding the constructability issues associated with developing the site associated with option A. I'm here now to implore you to vote for the option B, based not only on the fact that the locations they are proposing are near services specifically used to support the unhoused community, as well as near bus hubs, but also because the sites are flat and easily accessible for all persons regardless of mobility. The Oyster Bay Avenue project site is quite the opposite of those sites, and I want to focus on the fact that it massively limits access to otherwise abled persons. The unhoused community is comprised of a myriad of people with different needs and abilities, and any shelter this city is supporting must be easily accessible to all. A few baseline pieces of information associated with accessibility. Allowable slope for standard accessible routes of travel is 1 foot rise for every 20 feet of length. Ramps can be implemented with a larger slope, but only for 30 feet in distance. I say this just as reference as we discuss Oyster Bay. Oyster Bay Avenue itself, the road, is fairly steep, having an approximate slope of 1 and 18, which does not meet that accessible requirement, and it's not conducive to otherwise able people. It's nearly a half-mile trek up that hill to even get to the site. And once you get to the site, there is a large slope. I have not seen a concept grading plan presented. However, it will require serious amounts of work in order to be an accessible site. Public Works, totally different design necessary to access it. So while it may be possible to develop the site, the amount of gymnastics available will be significant. There are numerous hurdles to overcome when it comes to the site, and even if you can get past the funding gaps, timing and permitting issues, possible appeals and litigation, you must ask yourself, is this site the best choice to serve our community? And the $2+ million required to develop it, could it be used elsewhere in a better way? This site continues to be a square peg in a round hole scenario, and I do hope City Council will look at the round hole and see that a round peg is available with option B.
Thank you.
I'm Brandon Johnson, and I live here in Bremerton. There are two things I'd like to say I hadn't thought before. One is pay attention to what Joan said. The other thing is I noticed, well, there's several things on the option one that are contradictory or incredibly vague. One thing that jumped out at me, though, was talking about a closed campus, which, you know, they had one of those in high school and it didn't work real well, but you got busted. And I mean, there's all sorts of bad things if you left campus. And so it's starting to sound a little bit like a jail, not something comfortable for people that are at risk anyhow. Okay, so unless the council has special information that isn't available to us, your constituents, it should be clear that spending on the option one plan is not fiscally responsible approach to solving our unhoused citizens crisis. It's neither fiscally responsible or socially responsible. City council members will decide on our behalf whether spending our money on a project being pushed by the city has been, it's not a good, once again, spend the money for utilities from a utilities budget, use the money for housing people, on housing people. It's a real moral issue too. You folks have to realize that the effect on the people, on the homeless, option one will harm people. It'll harm the neighborhood. It'll harm the individuals that are in there. It'll stifle their ability to move on. And it's clear now, you know this. You've had plenty of evidence. You've had a lot of people talk about it. It's really frustrating that, you know, this is continuing to be an issue. Option B is something that, so there's some work that needs to be done on it, but you've got professionals that know the system, that know how to work the system, willing to help work it out. And so if you don't work with them on B, you're letting down each of your constituents. You're wasting our money and you're wasting their lives. So thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm John Street of Bremerton, city resident, long time. I work in the field on the streets and social service, as I've come up and mentioned to you all before, but for anybody else who doesn't know me, about 13 years out there housing homeless youth, adults, and seniors. And, you know, I had a really hard time figuring out what I would use my time for, which is running out quickly, but I wanted to talk to you about option A, the large shelter. And I understand where C comes from, option C. I get it. There's still some pieces to the puzzles not together. How could we say confidently today we could vote for that? Well, one thing I would say is that the large congregate shelter, from working out on the streets of Bremerton, all I can think of is all the clients that I've had over the last 13 years that have had the negative experiences and the pain and the struggles that they've gone through from their experiences at that large congregate shelter that we've operated for emergency purposes over the last few years. The choices I've made to direct people into there live with me every day. When they come out of there, like Claude Jones did 11 years ago, this young man was 23 years old when he came and started working with me, unhoused for 2 years in the city of Bremerton and all over the county of Kitsap. I helped him get into the Salvation Army shelter. He had really hard experiences there. He was offered drugs. He was pulled into attempts to traffic, and he was abused in there. And when he came out with the fear to ever go back in there again. Well, 11 years ago, on a late night in October, he froze to death a couple miles from here behind Emmanuel Church. And that day he was in my office and I asked him, please, tonight, it's supposed to be freezing, go into that shelter, but he couldn't. As much as he didn't want to sleep on those streets that night, he couldn't walk into that large shelter because the abuse that he takes in that kind of environment. I'll never forget that young man. This is his face right here. Today, flash forward 2024, I'm carrying a large caseload of the same thing today. I've got seniors and adults right now in their cars scattered across this community that I'll probably check on tonight. And they refuse to go into that congregate shelter tonight because of the pain and the struggle that goes on in there. And I asked the staff, verify this, is this true? And all that can be said is that we can't control this type of environment in this large type of shelter. And I just want to make sure that point is clear when we take this vote tonight. And I appreciate all of you. Thank you very much for my time.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Melissa and I am a resident in Bay Vista. I also work at Winco and I'm not speaking on behalf of Winco, just my personal experience. I have been homeless in a trailer with my kids. If it wasn't for emergency housing, and yeah, it's really hard to go from there to where I am. But if you put in enough effort and fight, then I mean, you can get there. And it's taken a while, but I'm happy with where I'm at. I organize neighborhood cleanups with kids in the neighborhood. It's sad to say that due to the growing manifestation of unwelcome people in our immediate area, I have to walk all of the kids to the bus stop every single day. Middle school, high school, elementary school, pick them up, drop them off. It's sad. I shouldn't have to do that. I get harassed just walking behind my house to work every day. My daughter, my kids can't walk to the store by themselves. It's super sad. There's a known sex offender that just hangs out at stop sign at Winco. And I mean, that's just one. God only knows how many there's gonna be. This is just, I mean, why wouldn't we take things like this into consideration? I mean, if there's gonna be some sort of documentation, is there gonna be a specific spot that people that are sex offenders are gonna be at? I don't mind a shelter in option A of maybe women and children families, but not just wide open, come as you please, go as you please. That's not safe to our neighborhoods. And that's our home. It's our job to keep it safe. And this is your guys' city. I would hope you'd want to keep it safe too.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Jamie. I live in Bremerton. I've been homeless. I've been an addict. I've been on the streets with my children. But like Melissa said, you know, there is emergency housing and stuff. You have to put your effort in and your time and stuff. You have to look at it like it's a job for your, you know, your kids and for you. I know it's sad because, excuse me. I do live in Bay Vista. I don't let my 13-year-old daughter outside because of I have a fear of her being touched inappropriately or anything like that, or being harassed. I would hope that you would feel the same way about your children or grandchildren. Like, I just found out I'm going to be a grandma, and you know, our kids are our future, and if we can't protect our children now, then what is our future going to look like?
Thank you.
Joe Walter. I'm sorry, I can't support option C. My concern is that how hard will it be for the folks who'll work on option B to really throw their heart and soul in this when they don't know, you know, it's too much to ask, I think, for everybody to go to work and not know what the end result is going to be. And I'm also so disappointed that again, we're having one of these issues that feels divisive. Why do we have the administration versus our community service leaders? Once upon a time, there was a trend in the council that I didn't always agree with, that we tried to avoid this. And I don't know, I mean, giving people an opportunity to eat their popcorn at home and sit back and enjoy the show, it's not fun. It's really hard. And I think we can do better.
Thank you. Lexis Castellano. I live in Bay Vista, and I would say the majority of the Bay Vista community do not approve the shelter at Oyster Bay. I do not feel safe. Our community does not feel safe and will not feel safe with it there. Oyster Bay is right on Kitsap Way, where there have been multiple vehicle and pedestrian accidents and death.
This shelter will create high volume foot traffic that will be a liability for the people in the community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
My name is Kale Nainoa Asatisa, and I'm here for option B. Option A, I hear it, but the heart has to be consistent, and I haven't seen consistency, so I have to go with option B. So that's what I'm going with. Thank you.
Thank you. And we need to go online, don't we? We have a couple of comments online. Fantastic. So next up, we have Christy Lyson, and then we'll have Julissa Alari after that.
Hi, thank you. I am just going to say, instead of regurgitating all the fine points that have been made by so many community members already, I am in support of option B. We need multiple options for our homeless individuals in our community. They're not a monolith. They have unique needs, and we need, a variety of options to temporarily house them and also move them on to more permanent housing options, and also resolve the issues that are barriers to them getting, attaining and keeping housing, permanent housing. I also just want to say thank you to Joan for bringing up the point that is very salient, in that if you want a public works building, use public works funds. Don't use the very few funds that are available and earmarked for serving our homeless community to develop a property as a public health, to later house a public works building. It feels like, I'm not sure the right bait and switch. I don't know. It's felt like that since the beginning. Also, I wanted to say that the consulting firm that the mayor hired to promote option A, is very clear that they started of like, this is where we want to land. And so all of our arguments are going to be geared toward that. It was a lot of spin and selective information that was included that you did not have to do more than a cursory review of to find the flaws in. And they talked a lot about not stigmatizing the homeless, and then they called people who quote unquote choose not to use the shelters, they called them criminal vagrants. And if that's not stigmatizing the homeless, I don't know what is. So I don't have any respect for that consulting firm and the conclusions they made. Thank you very much for listening.
And next up online, we have Julissa Alari. Can I see that name again so I make sure I'm pronouncing it correctly? If I mispronounced it, please let me know, Miss Alari. Are you still muted? Okay, if you're available to speak, please unmute. Going once, going twice. Okay, we'll circle back if the hand is still raised after the next 3 public comments. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Julie Graves, and as I said earlier, I live in District 1. I've been working in affordable housing in this community since 1994. I started my work at Kitsap Mental Health, doing development of one house at a time for clients to live in roommate situations. I then went to what was at that time Kitsap County Consolidated Housing Authority, was a project manager of several of their new construction projects, and have continued to work in the industry. When I think about why we have homeless people, a lot of it is due to housing affordability. People can't afford to stay in their homes. When the rent goes up by $100 a month, we see a 15% increase in homelessness. And so one of the things that I think is a really good solution is pallet housing, because it can be done so quickly and relatively inexpensively. It costs I don't even know now, $400,000 per unit to bring on an affordable housing unit, because affordable housing is more expensive to create here in the state of Washington than regular housing. So pallet shelter is a great alternative. We also have this amazing team behind it. Kitsap Mental Health and BHA are already successfully partnering at Pendleton Place, serving 72 households. We, though, we're not meeting the need. The need is overwhelming. I was sitting next to a woman earlier tonight who asked me, where are all these homeless people coming from? They're coming from our community, and they're homeless because they can't afford our housing prices, whether they're elderly and on Social Security, or they're working jobs that don't pay enough, or they don't get enough hours. One of the things I really want to leave you with, when I started working in this industry in 1994 as a young woman, I thought we would solve homelessness during my career. I can't tell you how disappointed I am in myself and in the affordable housing community, but it's not our fault. So the last thing I want to leave you with is that people who are homeless, they are suffering. Whether they're suffering from an addiction or a mental illness or just from being homeless. So let's please put an end to that suffering and give them homes where they can close a door and feel safe. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Councilman. My name is Elena.
Hold on just one moment. Can we start over? But Elena, can you move the, yeah. Okay, can we start our clock over, please?
Good evening. My name is Elena Castellano. I spoke to you guys before. I'm a member of the Bay Vista community, and I really like option B. I think it's very dignified for our homeless, and I feel like it's a safe option for our community. I don't feel like we should be rushing just because on the 20th of this month we have to make a decision. I think it should be informed, and I really do believe and trust in our local professionals. And I think that BAH can handle what they're putting out because they've housed so many people, including me and my family. Half of our family have been helped through these community services. Again, we would not feel safe having a shelter so close to our children. I would feel irresponsible as a mother if I didn't come up here and talk to you guys heart to heart and address it. And I just feel like it's being rushed. And again, the cost is a big issue to us taxpayers. We don't consent to spending money on something that is going to be temporary and inhumane. I mean, most people don't want to be shoved in a building with hundreds of other people, especially families. So I hope you guys do weigh option B because I think it's a good option. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Joey Hayes. I don't necessarily have a ton to add to the conversation, but I think we should definitely go with option B. It gives more dignity. It provides that transitional, nobody should be living in a congregate shelter for months and months and months and months. It should be low barrier, walk up, we house you right now, and then we should be moving them on to something else. Because human dignity, it's just not a comfortable, safe feeling way to live. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Molly Brooks. I strongly agree with option B. I've lived in group housing, and the only thing that made it bearable was that I had my own room with my own door, my own lock, my own key. And I wouldn't want anyone to be stuck living in a congregate setting for an ongoing period of time. It's just, it's not dignified. It's overwhelming. It's, honestly a sensory assault, but, to be around so many people, all the time and have no privacy, nowhere to go. So just as someone who's, like I said, lived in group housing, I strongly agree with option B. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Should we go back to Jalissa Alari?
Hi, I'm sorry, I couldn't get to my microphone fast enough. I had to adjust it in my settings, but
Before you start, I want to make sure that, and I didn't do housekeeping with somebody else online. Are you able to see our podium from where you're at?
I am.
Okay, so, and you know the light system?
No, I'm sorry.
Okay, no problem. So the green light is when your time starts. The center light is when you have 30 seconds left, and the red light is when I'm going to cut you off because that's my job.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, Miss Alari, you're up.
Hi, yes, I appreciate you guys unmuting the Zoom as I am a California resident, so I'm back in California on vacation. But I really wanted to speak on the fact that for the mayor's first presentation for his homeless shelter, which was pretty much, the sales pitch, he used San Francisco as a reference as to how there wasn't an increase or decrease or didn't affect the community around the homeless shelters in San Francisco. And I find that ironic because as a resident of California, we all know that Bay Area is very, very bad. People don't even lock their cars because there's that much crime. So of course it wasn't going to affect the crime rate as the crime rate was already high. So I thought that was interesting. Also, I am also in support of option B. It's what your city wants. It's what the community wants. It's what the professionals are voting for. And you have due diligence to the city and its people want option B. I mean, I don't see any other way of how you would go with option A other than, frankly, I hate the word, but corruption at this point. The professionals have spoken, your citizens have spoken, and yeah, it's just time for option B. I find it ironic that the mayor is ex-military, as in the community of Bay Vista is a lot of military who are armed and ready to protect their homes and their families using deadly force or whatever by means necessary. And I just find that to be an upcoming problem where good people are going to get hurt. We don't want that. This has already spread into our military community. All my neighbors that I love are moving away as they are renting there. And military families have enough to deal with already. And I shouldn't have to be worrying if this is going to affect my children. I am a child where I grew up. A homeless shelter was around our neighborhood, and I constantly had to look to not step on human feces. Had to constantly avoid them because a lot of them would show their genitalia to us high school girls because my high school was also in the neighborhood. But I don't know what else to say other than please choose option B for your community. You have a lot of military people coming in with this remodeling of the shipyard. And I would hate to see you guys lose families that would love to be in Bremerton but won't be in Bremerton because of this issue. Like I said, it has already spread within our military community and people are staying away from Bremerton. And I honestly love Bremerton and I would love to stay there.
Thank you, Ms. Alari. Looks like we're doing a mic switch here. All right, IT's working overtime, keeping that charged. Thank you very much, IT. You're up. Thank you, sir.
Council members, I'd like to start by thanking you and the mayor for your diligence and work on all of these shelter proposals. My name is Josh Friedman, and I represent the owners of the Ambrose Apartments. In addition to the workforce housing that the Ambrose ownership is building and managing in Bremerton and around the peninsula, this team has owned and managed thousands of affordable housing and workforce housing units and worked very closely with housing authorities and partner agencies, just like St. Vincent de Paul, Kitsap Mental Health Services, Kitsap Community Resources, and Bremerton Housing Authority. That's one of the reasons it was so encouraging to hear the hybrid proposal that they delivered to you. These are the experts we have been waiting to hear from. Their comprehensive proposal is located near services, near St. Vincent de Paul, Goodwill, mental health, and transportation. As they explained, their proposal will provide the continuum of care that is needed to help unsheltered people find permanent and stable homes. The role of vouchers in their program is especially promising. Unfortunately, the Oyster Bay Sprung Shelter proposal is not set up to make use of these shelters, use of these vouchers, which is a resource that the city already has. The council should also ask, when the administration says it will clear cut and grade on this public land not more than is necessary, what does that mean? The council should be sure that it will have the chance to evaluate the proposal in detail and weigh in before the chainsaws and bulldozers come out. These complicated parcels not only have steep slopes and wetlands, but also water and mountain views. The council should consider whether this clear-cut large parking lot and indefinite sprung shelter is the best use of the city's limited resources, especially given that the sprung shelter proposal was explicitly offered without an end date in sight. The council should jump at the opportunity to listen to the experts and accept the experts' offer of help, rather than rushing to enter the business of developing and having the city take fiscal responsibility for the operations and maintenance of a human services complex. To best manage the city's risk, the council should support a homeless program, but should think very carefully about the risk that is involved with owning a shelter or even the land that it sits on. This could become a huge financial liability for the city without any end date in sight. Thank you, council and mayor, for your hard work and careful thought on these difficult problems. Your human services partners and the broader Bremerton community are anxious to see what you will decide. Thank you.
Thank you. And we have another commenter online. Okay. Angie? Hello, Angie?
Can you hear me?
Yes, can you see our lights?
The light system? Yeah, I see it.
Great. So did you hear the description about the timing system earlier?
I did, and it's actually nice that it's there. Thank you.
Okay, you did. You said you did, right?
I did.
Okay, thank you. All right, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. So I have to alliterate here. So as a person who moved from Pierce County to Bremerton without anywhere to go, there is a shelter actually in Bay Vista's area within 2 miles. There's also a drug and alcohol treatment center within 2 miles of Bay Vista. Both I utilized for my services for me and my family. I have to agree that sometimes I choose not to put my kids in a shelter because of the damage that I've seen from volunteering in shelters and also helping run shelters. The concern I have is for the safety. And what I mean by safety is we have oh my goodness, Salvation Army, but we also have the Rescue Mission that also was a walk-in shelter where anybody could just go in and just stay away from or stay out of the cold. And as somebody who's also volunteered there, there was also a lot of police engagement at the same time to making sure that the safety for the children and the safety of the people there was adamant. And not every, yes, people need to be monitored, just like I myself and those individuals here sitting in the boxes in front of me. We all need to be accountable for the crimes that we've done and and make sure that everybody's doing what they need to do. So my question to the city and to everybody else is, while we're partnering, are we also partnering to make sure that everybody's liable on what they're doing, that everybody's not being forced into services that they don't want to go into? are they being asked to? And I mean, I've got my own life situation going on, and I'm an advocate for so many things right now. Common Streets was great. I had a huge hiccup with the wording on CPS when it should be DCYF, because you're going to get families wanting to run and versus offering services. So I applaud everybody for what they're doing, but I also want to make sure that we have the safety and security for all the children and the families, women and children too. And yes, there is going to be those individuals with higher criminal records, but is the monitoring going to be available? That's my biggest concern. Is the city willing to have the police department monitoring so that everybody feels safe? It's not just a one size box, and it's not just military. We're also civilians out here too, coming to a whole new life. So that's my biggest concern. Thank you.
Thank you, Angie.
Maybe I'll be the last one. Let's see.
You just jinxed us. No.
I've said it.
Oh,
Sorry,
good.
sorry.
We have more. No, we want to hear everybody. Yes,
My
ma'am.
name is Amy Waterman. I'm a resident of Bremerton. A little background. I moved here about a year and a half ago. I love Bremerton. It's amazing. Every single day, there's something wonderful I find out about it. We're so fortunate, my husband and I, to live here. We lived in San Diego, and I think that's important to say. We lived in the city. Their last homeless count was 60,000. Their poor mayor is dealing with a 66 million deficit as to how they're going to house the unhoused in that city. It was a part of our daily life. Moving here about a year ago, I became aware of the situation here, and I will say that it has been an education for me into the complexities of how you provide services for the unhoused. And what I'd like to ask you to do is pivot. I am so grateful for what the mayor and his team have done. They stepped up and they said, we're going to look for a solution. We're going to figure this out. I think what we have all discovered in this process is how complicated it is. And we now have something in option B, which from my perspective, we have taken what the mayor has begun and we have involved it into something that may actually have some incredible impact for the city of Bremerton and could possibly be a model for other cities in Washington and beyond. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, City Council. My name is Joseph Crane. I'm the Executive Director at St. Vincent de Paul. And I just want to encourage you to consider an option A. There's discussion of working with the operational experts. Well, the operational experts are telling you what the solution needs to be for our city, for our community, for the collaboration, and for us working together to get funding. That's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for hearing us tonight. I'm Jill Stanton with the Bremerton Housing Authority. And last week, Councilmember Younger brought up BHA as an option to be the lead or the fiscal agent. And I immediately brought it up with my board chair. And we will be discussing it at our next board meeting next week. We do need legal advice. This is a new concept for BHA. And so, we can't commit without that legal advice and understanding how something like this would need to be structured. I've already reached out to our legal counsel to get that information, which the board will ask of me. But I also want to make it clear that option B, the city can be the lead on that. It doesn't have to be somebody else. We're all still going to need to work together. If it's determined and we agree and work with the mayor on this, that BHA really is the appropriate entity and we can structure it in a way that protects BHA, because BHA cannot fail in this community. BHA is always going to do our part. We're always going to do our best. We're the city's housing authority. What I think the decision here tonight is, what is the best shelter for this community? Everything else after that can be figured out. We've worked together for a lot of years. We're going to continue to work together. but the option is what shelter's the best shelter for this community. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hello, it's me. It's me again.
Council
Diana
President,
Liacono.
I believe she
and-
already spoke.
Huh?
Did you? For this. Was that for this?
I did.
She spoke on a different issue. Can you tell me your, we got her clock off, right?
Diana,
What was your name?
Diana Liacono.
Okay. And you spoke previously on the anti-Semitism resolution. She has not spoken on this issue yet. Oh, okay. Hold on a minute. I'm going to check my notes.
I
Yes,
did speak. I
can you
spoke just a little while ago. If it's okay for me not to speak, it's okay. I can
Oh,
go to
okay.
the seat. I was a chicken earlier and I just wanted to be able to get what I wanted to say.
Have you already spoken about the housing shelter options? Yes, ma'am. You have already had your
Thank
time.
you.
Thank you so much, parliamentarian, and thank you very much for understanding.
Hey,
Hello.
guys. My name is Tony Ives. I'm the executive director of KCR. I'm proud to have some folks from my team here and folks from that we work together with every day. And you guys, I talk to you guys almost every day. You know that. So I want to say thank you. Thank you for the support and just thank you for listening. All we were trying to do was provide another option. And if it seemed like we were late to the table, we were working pretty hard on this. And we all have our own jobs as well. A lot of this started with the Housing Affordable Task Force. And someone mentioned, PSNS, and boy, we've talked to them too. We talked to everybody about housing, about the need in the continuum of care for housing, from the bottom all the way up to some experiences that people already mentioned here, coming out of a bad situation. So the thing that flows through our heads these days is, do the easy thing or do the right thing. And we said this to each other because sometimes we get really depressed about this. It's not easy. And again, we have our own jobs. But I just want to say we've worked collaboratively together in this community, but around the state. And it's amazing, even up in Everett, the Vancouver Housing Authority, who kind of started it on this path initially. I got a call. Somebody mentioned the Bay Area in San Francisco. Boy, the last 2 weeks, there's one large city in the Bay Area that's been reaching out to us because they hear what we're doing. They actually even sent me a picture with their pricing for the pallet models. I said, hey, easy, negotiate better, right? But my point is, we can be that model. And it's very interesting that other folks are trying to reach out to Kitsap County, for God's sakes, to Bremerton, to exchange ideas. We can be one of the models. At this point, everyone's looking for innovation, not going backwards, but going forward. And as Monica from KMH wants to remind me, that sprung shelter, they thought of that years ago. And here we are in 2024 thinking about it again. We're going to make mistakes. We are. I make mistakes every day. I make mistakes in my own job, as Mr. Hurley likes to remind me of today. But we're united and we're here to serve, just as everyone is, including Mayor. We're here to serve. So we'll take the best selection and we'll work with whatever you decide ultimately. Okay. Thank you. And thank you guys.
Thank you, Mr. Ives.
Roy Runyon, Bremerton. First of all, I want to just commend Councilmember Younger for offering a third option, a conditional option, I guess. It's a nice idea to put competition into government, but it often doesn't work. I mean, come on, we've been around long enough to know it doesn't work. You're going to have to put pressure on folks and organizations to make things happen. I want to commend Councilmember Coughlin for his leadership, where he saw some vacuum, if you will, as far as getting the information and exploring all the options. He stepped up to the plate, and I appreciate that. I prefer the resolution B for best or better, to actually be more direct and direct the administration to actually engage the partners. So that's my wording. That's what I suggested in that email that I sent last week.
harassed you with all those emails. And thanks to the staff for responding to some of those. I'm going to give you a model. The YMCA building or operation here in East Bremerton is a model that I suggested. I was the chair of the finance committee on the council. We were facing major financial problems, like oftentimes we do. And I suggested we turn over management operation of that facility to another organization that is really dedicated to providing those types of services. And so we found a partner in the YMCA, and it works really well. We provide the facility, the grounds, we put some capital into it, and they do the operations and maintenance. Or the operations at least. So they're so much better at it than the city of Bremerton. So that's the model. So I see city of Bremerton providing some capital funds, and then we have a partner or partners that actually operate the shelter. We should not be in the business of doing a homeless shelter. So city of Bremerton, capital, partners, operations. Option B is the one to vote for. It's the best one. Option B, easy to remember. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi there, my name's Chelsea.
There you go.
I currently work in housing. I've lived in Bremerton my whole life. And I just want to say, as somebody who works in housing, if you've ever been to any training in regards to housing, because I do work with the homeless population, all of it is evidence-based. So I understand that these models are newer and an interesting thing, but it's not, I don't believe, coming out of nowhere. They really make sure that they're, not wasting anybody's money. It's all based on what we have seen to be effective. So again, if you were to go with option A, they are going to be turning around back to our experts and saying, well, what do we do? And we can be looking at them and tell them, well, based on evidence, this is how you're going to handle that situation. So I feel like going with anything besides option B is just going to lead you back to overburdening option B with option A, stumbling through it. So thank you.
Thank you.
Hello. Hi, my name is Michelle, and I'm a citizen of the city of Bremerton and also involved in social services in this county. And I started my journey in social services in AmeriCorps way back in 2007, where Russ Donahue introduced us to civic engagement. And here we are, we're empowered. And there's a lot of my partners in the field of social services that are out here grinding, trying to make a difference. Stuff that we were taught when we were doing national community service, which fast forwards me to what I've learned is sometimes the left hand doesn't know what the right hand's doing. And it's okay, right? Because we're all focused on what our agenda is and our job details and whatnot. So we are this big, huge entity of people trying to find a solution to something so severe. What I do know is that there's the Washington Alliance Quality Recovery Residency called WACR that put in a new law with National Alliance Recovery Residents bill that was passed. It's a law that was effective January 1st of last year, 2023, which I alignment with the executive director and one of the founders of that. And they're constantly asking us for suggestions. So kudos to Kitsap County and Bremerton, because at a state level, international level, we are looked at as the model and the type of services that we provide. Other cities and counties aren't figuring it out as easy as this community has figured it out. So I know I'm nobody special, not very important, but what I do know is that the people that I know that are in charge of Plan B, they've been collecting the data and they've been changing the game, and they know the right choices and they know their populations that they're serving. And as a citizen of Bremerton, I'm proud to be in the social service arena. I vote for option B. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mary Lou Long, longtime resident of Bremerton. after hearing all the presentations and not looking at the plans in detail or anything, it does appear to me that Plan B or Option B sounds a lot more reasonable. I can't imagine 100 beds in one warehouse. I don't know what the size of the little cubicle that you're giving them in that warehouse, but 100 people of all different kinds of situations, I just don't think that could possibly work. And I think that having a outside firm or somebody that's familiar with coordinating all of the agencies to help people and is dedicated to that one purpose is the way to go rather than having the city operating it. That's my piece. Thank you.
Thank you. Does any other member of the public wish to comment on this item?
Hi, I'm Mike Simpson, District 6. I live in the district that this is proposed to go in, and I'm opposed to having a shelter there. That's the bottom line. But since the council will callously disregard my remarks, I would suggest that they will go with option C, which proceeds with options. Now, option A, I discount because it's a camp and you're going to concentrate people in it. And in light of the pairing of the previous things that have been on the agenda, where we passed a resolution, against anti-Semitism, the idea that we would put a camp somewhere and concentrate people into it is appalling, especially in our city. We're better than that. And part of the reason why we should not build a camp in our city is because this very issue of whether people can sleep on our streets in the public thoroughfare is in front of the Supreme Court right now. They're going to do oral arguments on it this year. They will make a decision on whether cities have due diligence to have to provide anything for people living in our public areas. And I think it would not be the due diligence that's required of our elected officials to wait and weigh in on the decision once it is made. Thank you.
Thank you. So I am unsure, Mayor Wheeler, if you are a member of the public in this context. So I need to confer, because this is public comment time. So I want to, can you please hold on just a moment, sir? Is the mayor considered a member of the public, or is he considered a presenter in this context? Because this is public comment.
In my defense, the option A presenters got to speak.
You're right. Okay, so let's go for it then. Thank you.
Well, thank you. And I appreciate our esteemed partners from presenting option B. I do just want to make sure I get a chance to take us back to the summer of 2023, when we were in out and out crisis. Our room was filled all summer long with hundreds of individuals as you were discussing the camping ordinance. The one thing that we heard over and over unanimously across all of the parts of our city was we did not want unregulated campgrounds in our public areas. And so I have not heard tonight, and it's not like I expected to, a public safety component to why we, the city, even got involved in the shelter business. This is not something that any of us has ever signed up to do. Public safety is something we've signed up to do. We lost public safety and community well-being and neighborhood well-being this summer. Our goal now as an administration is to never, ever go back. So we took a laser focus to bring to you today this project to ensure that does not happen. We never claimed we were going to solve homelessness with this. We never precluded any other partners stepping up and being a part of the solution and offering pallet community, permanent supportive housing, transitional housing, being a part of the continuum. We just said we are going to get in here at the base level and ensure that we never ever have the anarchy and the chaotic environment that we had this last summer. So that's what we're presenting to you tonight. And I wanted to make sure you've heard enough. You've got all the information you need. I just wanted to take you back just for a minute, what it was like when our neighbors and our citizens were desperate for us to do something. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so those hands either mean that there's a goal or we have somebody online for comment. So it looks like we have Erica Miller-Brenner.
Hello?
Hello, can you see the lights on the podium? Miss Miller-Brenner, can you hear me okay?
Hello?
Did
Can
I
you hear
say
me?
the name right?
Can you hear me?
Yes, can you hear me?
I can hear you, yes.
Great. Can you see the lights on the podium?
I can.
Perfect. So the green light means go and the floor is yours, Miss Miller-Brennan.
Okay, so I'm not good at public speaking, but I just wanted to throw some things out there. As a single mother that has gone through homelessness myself with my son, KCR actually has helped me over the last few years, and I'm in stable housing because of them. Now, they are very good at what they do, and they work with the community and all the entities that you guys are talking about to make sure that things actually happen. Chelsea that spoke up, that's my case manager. She's awesome. But option one, if you guys really want to consider option one, I think all of the city council members and the mayor should take 15 days and go spend 15 days in a shelter setting like that yourself. So you can truly understand and experience what that is like. I've been there with my son, and it's traumatizing. It truly is. And it's not a place to put people that are already in vulnerable positions in a worse setting. Not to mention with it being an open policy place, the amount of chaos you're going to bring into the community in a worse way is just, it sounds like the worst idea I've ever heard. Also, as far as permitting goes, I know a lot about Kitsap permitting, and your guys' timelines wouldn't be able to get that shelter done in time. Stormwater, ecological, geological assessments would all have to be done, and there's no way you guys would be able to get that done in time. There's a gentleman in town by the name of Kurt Russell who is fabulous at site development, and that's what he does. And I guarantee you, if you were to call and ask, he could tell you in 5 minutes that it wouldn't be a possibility. Option B is definitely what you guys should be doing. Just like your last vote, you guys voted on what the community wanted. You guys really need to step up and vote on what the community is asking for. And if you really want to try and help really push to solve this, maybe the mayor needs to kind of step up and work with the community to figure out a way to do both options. Option A somewhere else though completely, but to get two facilities going at the same time so you can really combat it. So you actually put people that don't want services and stuff where they would like to be, where it's not going to disrupt society, and people that are moving forward and trying to move along in their life in a better position. That is it.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Dale Sperling. I live on Bainbridge Island, but I'm a real estate investor in Bremerton with a number of workforce housing projects here in the community. First of all, I want to tip my cap to the mayor for what he did last fall to actually get that resolution passed that allowed us to actually clear MLK and Broadway. The city council and the mayor came together and got a resolution passed that prohibited camping on the streets if we had the beds available. And they were able to provide the beds in the Salvation Army. So tip of the cap first to the mayor for taking care of that. On the other hand, I think when you look at the two options that you have, if you go with option A, you're putting all of your eggs in one basket. You're talking $2 million based on the budget that they presented, $2 million just to get the site ready. That's a tremendous capital cost just to get to a site. Then you've got permitting, you've got the grading, you're going to have to negotiate a contract. There are multiple sites all over Bremerton that are flat, that are paved or gravelled, that are ready to go today. You could do something, take that same $2 million and put it into the solution with option B. And in that case, you're not putting all your eggs in one basket. You're using the continuum that they talk about. You've got a whole team that's ready to go with multiple players that have multiple skills. Option B, to my mind, is so much less risky and so much better than option A, that it's in a world full of bad ideas, option A, to me, takes the cake. I'm sorry. Thank you.
Thank you. Does any other member of the public wish to comment on this item? Going once, going twice. Okay. Seeing none, I'll close public comment and ask counselors, do you want to take a quick 4-minute break?
Yes.
Okay, I'm hearing yes. So let's take a quick 4-minute break. We're going to be back here at 10:37.
Recording stopped.
Thank you to the members of public for your comments.
Recording in progress.
I call the meeting back to order and we have a quorum. So public comment is closed and I'll entertain a motion. Yes, Counselor Coughlin.
Thank you, President Chamberlain. I move to approve resolution number 3375 to affirm the city's commitment to supporting community partners in the development of a hybrid low barrier walk-up congregate and pallet shelter.
Second the motion.
Okay, and we have a motion and a second, and we are open for discussion. Counselor Coughlin.
Excellent. Thank you, President. I want to start by thanking, everybody in this room and outside this room, mayor, staff, community organizations, individuals. It's been such hard work on this, and I'm glad we do have multiple options. And I want to highlight, I'm glad we're not talking about shelter versus no shelter. We're talking about what type of shelter, where and how. And so I just want to take a moment to really appreciate and celebrate that. And recognize that it is, unfortunate that cities are having to address this regional, state, and national issue. I think everybody in this room shares some really similar values. We don't want anyone to be homeless without adequate shelter. We don't want folks having to live in unregulated tent encampments and suffer in those conditions. We don't want unregulated encampments in front of our streets and businesses and the effects that brings to the community. And we really want folks to have shelter and a pathway out of homelessness to get the help and assistance that they need. So those are the values. And looking at the options before us, going to put on my scientist and certified project manager hat. Some projects, I think, you tackle are really straightforward. You can see the end result. You can plan every step several years in the future and follow it along. Other projects are rapidly changing based on circumstances and feedback. And it's okay to change course on those projects. And I think that's where we're at. And it's okay to change course. And I want to go through kind of in the study session on the comparisons between the options A and B here. No site's going to be perfect. There's always going to be some level of housing nearby. But for folks that haven't really been out to the Oyster Bay area, I want to show this is a picture I took in the parking lot. To the left is the housing. Straight ahead is the proposed development area. And when you turn to the left, this is directly across the street. I know this level of housing wasn't necessarily here 5 years ago, but it is quite enormous now. And so I know when the community members speak up with concerns, that's what they're talking about. That level of housing is directly across the street. Now, we've heard the feedback from the community on the Oyster Bay site. I have significant concerns about going forward with that site. And so while I do really appreciate Councilmember Younger throwing a third option in there, I think it's going to be an incredible uphill battle to get anything done at this site. And I think we kind of need to let it go and move forward with the other options. It's pretty clear the community doesn't want it. As far as sites for the hybrid option, I know there's several sites being looked at that can minimize cost and community impact. It's not limited to a site of 1 acre in the search. And again, there's multiple options, but this is a location at the Swing Set Mall on Wheaton Way. This is one of the options being looked at. You can tell there's already existing fencing around the area. That's from one side. And thank you so much, Councilmember Fry. This is another view showing the existing fence in the very large parking lot and the standalone structure. There is not very much housing directly in this area. The only housing that's nearby is next to it is Mills Crossing, which KCR already owns as an affordable housing project. It's also right near Main Transit Center, about a block away to a main bus stop center. And again, it's a little more isolated. It's also near Goodwill and other community organizations that folks can walk to. And really looking at the building, I know folks got a tour of the inside. So there's one half that's unfinished. There's another half that is basically finished like this. It has a new roof, HVAC, lighting in it. It's basically ready to go. It has office space and bathrooms as well. And so when you look at that, if you're able to move into that building, in an incredibly short time, you could get set up with beds and services. For the cost comparison, I'm seeing $6 million for sprung shelter at Oyster Bay just for construction. For the hybrid option, possibly as cheap if you go with the leasing option, as cheap as $1 million just for congregate alone to start. 3 million with congregate and pallets with the lease. And if you buy that whole, for example, this particular option, if you buy that whole building, it's still the same price or cheaper than Oyster Bay. And as far as cost comparisons go, both are going to have operations costs, staffing costs, long-term costs. I'm looking at the hybrid option is the only one that really actually details those costs out in comparison. When we talk about the type, again, I think we've heard in the public, one size fits all. For the one single congregate shelter, you can add some cubicles and some dividers and divisions, but it still is a big single room. Whereas the hybrid model really does suit that variety of needs with a combination of congregate and pallets. And I want to be clear, if option B here had only pallets and there was no low barrier congregate shelter, I couldn't support it, because I think having some low barrier congregate shelter is a critical part. But to be clear, this is a hybrid model. This is really the best of both worlds. And that's what I'm seeing. For the size, again, there's multiple options with the hybrid. This one swing set mall location has 18,000 square feet of interior space. Compare that to 9,000 for the sprung shelter, so it could actually be twice as large. As far as the timelines, I think for the full build out of both, it's similar. We're looking towards the fall. But as folks said, Oyster Bay, there are possible significant delays that could occur. I really appreciate the detailed timeline for Ms. Ketter that put together. And I know she delivers other projects on time. But due to the nature of this particular project, I'm concerned about it coming on time with extra permitting and just some community opposition.
Counselor Coughlin, just
Yeah.
to let you know, you're at about 6 minutes.
Perfect. I'll
Okay.
use up my last 4 here. So the hybrid model, again, I think it's just more flexible. We could get that congregate space if it's already developed on the inside, for example, one location, get that congregate space open much quicker, and then work to slowly build out the pallet shelter and anything else there. And most important, I think, is the funding. Both projects are going to need additional funding. City funding is limited. Again, to ask cities to do this on their own is impossible. And I do respect the January 20th date for the legislature. But I got to be real honest and blunt with the opposition to the Oyster Bay site. I don't think a county or state legislature is really going to want to touch that. And I think it's going to be much easier to get buy-in from the state and county on the hybrid model going forward. I'm also concerned about the burden that option A places on public works staff and the resources it takes continually versus being able to offload that to our community partners. And so, just overall, I'm just seeing this hybrid option is cheaper, faster, more nimble. I think it has the same capacity when you're talking about being able to enforce the ordinance, and that is important. But capacity shouldn't be our metric alone. I make the analogy of you could have a doctor's office that you go to that build 100-person waiting room with a super nice fish tank and some cushy chairs, and you'd probably be sitting there for hours going, why didn't they spend their money on seeing their patients faster? And that's the analogy I think we have here with the hybrid model and the community partners alone, is that we can serve people faster. So I think this is the path for us. Obviously, it would allocate our 1.3 million in ARPA and REIT to the community proposal and affirm that the city would do everything it can going forward to work with our partners and get this done. Thank you, Council.
Thank you, Vice President Mockler.
Thank you, Council President Chamberlain. I'm not going to make all the points that I have made before and that many have made before. I just did want to thank the mayor for wading through fire on Pendleton Place, for being the person who brought us together with the team in the first place, and for his concern for the public safety of the people of Bremerton. Thank you, Mayor. Councilor Younger, I applaud your statesmanship and assembling option C. But for me, the Oyster Bay site has a fatal flaw, and that is that it is temporary. When you are comparing the costs of option A and option B, or option C and option B, you are looking at something that will eventually be replaced by the expansion of the public works facility. And then where will people go? So option B is the way, and I am delighted at the opportunity to be able to speak in its favor so briefly.
Oh, and I as well. Counselor, thank you, Vice President Mockler. Counselor Robolowski.
Well, I've only been in office since December, but I've been attending every council meeting, study session for quite a while. And I've listened and participated when I was allowed in public, at public recognition, to talk about the struggles that we were going through, the council was going through when they were trying to craft an ordinance that had a lot of thought and care put behind it. And obviously we didn't make everybody happy. And then I spent some time down on the encampments trying to learn more about it. And there was severe suffering going on. And when comments are made that we should not think about what happened last summer, it was horrific what was happening to a lot of people on the street. I mean, people were dying down there. People were being trafficked down there. There were little children living in horrible conditions. And the council asked the mayor to get a solution. And at the time, the only people who were really stepping up were volunteers from Rock the Block. And people were going into their wallets every day, giving them gas money, giving them money to pay for portable toilets, to pay for all the needs that they had. I mean, there was a lot of great volunteers down there. So I'm really happy that all the service providers have been able to come up with a plan, even though it's not fully together, but I think we have time to get that together. And I do support option B, but the mayor and staff put in an incredible amount of work, and they did exactly what they were asked to, was to make sure we didn't have people living on the streets of Bremerton again. But I'm glad that we've come up with better options to look at. But you guys really need to thank the mayor and staff for all the hard work they did, because it was a lot. But I definitely am in favor of the Plan B now. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor Robolowski. Is Counselor Good now online still? Does he have his hand raised at all? I'm just checking in. Okay, Counselor Fry, Counselor Younger. Okay, Counselor Fry.
I'm a real fan of true community collaboration, and I can spot it when it's not there. And I was told over and over again that it was there, but I just wasn't feeling it. And then I started hearing from our community partners. It's hard to come away from that, you know. And just this afternoon, I saw another example. There's definitely some cognitive dissonance going on here. Because to me, it's really clear. We did give direction. I do want to honor what Councilmember Goodnow said last week. Every so often, I listen to Michael, and he said, you know, they did everything that we asked them to do, and I have to recognize that we started with, you know, looking at public property that could be used and analyzing all that and getting recommendations, and so this evolved from that. Public Works Department and staff, I think, did a phenomenal job. Katie, you rock. I've always said you rock, but you put together a proposal for the mayor that really tried to include everything that, and I think it was a deep dive, you know, for staff.
this isn't their wheelhouse. I don't know whether community development was in charge and at the table. I'm sure they were at the table. I personally probably would have put housing in charge of this project, but I'm worried. I don't go along with C because I quite frankly don't have the trust in the relationship between the administration and or I should say between the mayor and our community partners, and I'd like to see that improve. But in its absence, this is our job, and I'm going to stand with the community partners every time. They are the experts. We don't need to go to a consultant that is selling sprung shelters for a living to be told how to house our homeless population. The Swing Set Mall happens to be in my district. And I'm going to switch gears because I am really excited about this and I want to put a smile back on my face. When I stand there in that parking lot at Swing Set Mall and I see a building that could be used as a hybrid congregate, family space possibly, young adult space possibly, you know, it already has a playhouse in the inside. You know, I mean, I could go on and sometime I probably will. But you stand there in the parking lot and you look next door at Mills Crossing, and I can imagine somebody living in our shelter and looking over there at Mills Crossing and saying, that's where I'm going to live someday. And that's hope. That's hope. And then I told Jill Stanton earlier today that, hey, maybe BHA could look at that other development that's being built right adjacent to the property, and that could be first-time home ownership for some of these folks that are going through the continuum. It truly is and could be a full continuum of care right on the same site. It gives me goosebumps. I am for Plan B, always have been for Plan B. I don't see any reason to go with the Plan C because Plan A certainly hasn't worked. So that's it for me.
Thank you, Counselor Fry. Counselor Younger.
Okay, thank you. Lots of notes here. And again, for the record, I'm not opposed to Plan B. Remember, I'm the guy that said, BHA, would you guys take this over? That we shouldn't be in this business. I'm the guy that says, City of Bremerton should not be in this business, okay? For the record. However, if you don't know it, I'm a CPA. I'm a budget hawk. And not that it's bragging, it's basically says that I've been here too long. I have more years on this council than everyone else here combined, plus the guy that's attending remotely, okay? So I know a little bit about what's going on and the history of Bremerton and how people's minds work when they sit here in front of you all. And so I'm just gonna point some things out, and I know I can't persuade this council based on what I'm hearing, but you need to hear some truths, or at least my opinion, what the truth is. It was mentioned that we could take the $2 million for developing the Oyster Bay site and use it elsewhere. That is false. Budgetary wise, that's public works money and that can't be transferred over somewhere else. So that's gone, just let you know. And then there's a question of, well, and then the other thing is that Oyster Bay facility is we already own the property. Okay. And yes, we can go ahead and develop that. We can go ahead and proceed with the grading. The main reason for option C was to go ahead and not only pursue the grading, but go ahead to the legislature and say, by the way, if the council is good with this, we could go ahead and get some money for this. Option A appears is not going to be on the table, nor C. So that leaves us with B. And that's fine, but we need to go into this with open eyes and ears of what you're facing. One, City of Bremerton or the Bremerton City Council, you do realize that you are relinquishing control. And by that, I mean, again, people don't like to hear about last summer, but we all experienced last summer. And I have been steadfast saying I don't want to experience it again. We're relinquishing control to whatever this new entity looks like, whether the city of Bremerton is a partner, but nevertheless, we're going to rely on other partners to help us through this with some type of shelter facility. So you do understand that. Okay. The other thing is with option A or B, it's projected the capital cost is going to be at least $6 million. 1.3 is coming from the city of Bremerton. At least 4.7 needs to come from somewhere else. We all understand that too, right? It's not coming from the city of Bremerton. We don't have those kind of resources. I think everybody on this council understands that too. And so that begs the question, if we can't get funding from Olympia, where's the money going to come from? So interesting. Again, my preference for C. The saving grace, now I'm not trying to push everybody's seat because I know you guys aren't going to vote for it, but I'm just going to state my points. The saving grace is the Supreme Court, as Mr. Runyon stated, has decided to hear the Grants Pass case. And if the Supreme Court agrees with the Grants Pass, and I believe it's the city of Los Angeles, there's a whole bunch, San Francisco, are trying to appeal this decision, then perhaps we don't have to provide a low barrier shelter and still enforce our camping ordinance. But I know this council. If we don't have a low barrier shelter, you won't enforce the camping ordinance, the anti-camping ordinance. I know this council. So we're going to go back to last summer. I know this council. This is what's going to happen. So, gosh darn it. The other thing is, and with all due respect, Bay Vista residents, you did an awesome job of saying, we don't want it for reasons A and B, and I don't need to get into the reasons. But when the location of the new site is shown, you're going to hear from people from District 1 and 2, if that's where the location is going to be, and you're going to have a similar group of people here. I'm just stating the obvious, but I want you guys to understand the obvious too. We're going to relive the same experience. All right. I'm seeing a lot of shaking heads. And I'm probably up on my 7 minutes.
You're at 5:07.
Yeah, guess what? Last Wednesday, we were here until 11:30. Let's try not to do that again. It's 11:01.
I like that idea.
So I'm going to shut up. Thank you.
Counselor Goodnow? Okay.
Yeah, I don't really have anything to add that hasn't already been said. And it is 2 in.the.morning where I am. So
Oh, darling.
yeah, which is why you're not getting any camera either. So
Fair enough. He's in his jammies. We know it. Okay, thank you, Counselor Goodnow. So I'm going to be real quick. Counselor Coughlin said the community doesn't want it. Well, my district hasn't weighed in. District 2 hasn't had the opportunity to weigh in because they haven't been presented with this location. So that's categorically wrong. Vice President Mockler said this is just going to be a temporary site. Yeah, that's been my reservation too. If it's at Oyster Bay, it's going to be a temporary site. Councilor Robolowski stated, talking about last summer, that it was rock the block. But you know what? What about last winter? What about this time last year? It was rock the block. It was Bailey Tupai. It was G2G2. It was the prayer. It was a lot. It was a group of my people that were out there. We were serving directly in the winter out there, and it was miserable. And it was damn miserable, you guys. And for those of you who have had to live on the streets, it's awful. I guess my reservation is I don't want to see this fail, and relinquishing control is hard to do. It's not as easy as a playhouse being in a building. I don't have any information about what the permitting looks like. I don't have any information. There's been no, I mean, it's costing multi-millions of dollars for the gym that was purchased out in Port Orchard. This is all the public comment. By the way, I printed out all y'all's public comment too. Your stack was about as equal as the last ordinance, and I read it all. I don't know that that I have had the answers as to how this building is going to be retrofitted. According to the RCWs of Washington, there's a lot of RCWs that are out there, a lot of red tape. It sometimes feels like just red tape, but also it's there to protect vulnerable people. So a lot of folks thinks it was going to be just easy to put people in that hospital up at Harrison, but there was other issues with it that precluded being able to use that as a shelter. It would have been great if we could have retrofitted, but there were issues that we kept saying over and over for that facility. So my hope is that this building can be retrofitted. You already know where the votes are going to land. I mean, it's obvious, right? My hope is that the building can be retrofitted efficiently, fiscally. What I do know about these community partners is they know how to make shit happen. And they made it happen with Mills Crossing, okay? And he's, like as much talk as Tony Ives talks, he walks the walk. So I'm gonna put my faith in you because I don't want to go back down in the next winter and see everybody struggling out there, okay? So I'm gonna side with you despite my reservations, but please don't let people end up like they were last winter, okay? And there's people in the woods, people that need like more shelter. And I really wish that we could come to a resolution to have C, because it gives the option back to the city to also build a structure as well. In case something goes wrong on this end, it gives us options. And so I'm not going to hold us up any further. I call the vote. So let's do it.
Councilmember Mochler,
Yes.
Younger,
No.
Fry,
Yes.
Coughlin,
Yes.
Revelowski,
Yes.
Goodnow,
Yes.
Chamberlain.
Yes.
Motion carries 6 yes votes, 1 no.
All right, so folks, I'm glad you're happy about this. We want to go home. So let's do council reports next up. First is Councilor Mochler. Girl, I'm going to time you. Everybody's getting 5 minutes, okay?
I only need 2.
Everybody's getting 5 minutes.
Hey, wait a minute.
Oh, it says District 6, Anna Mochler. District 7, Eric Younger is first. So if y'all are headed out to the lobby, please feel free to head out to the lobby to say your goodbyes, and please keep the chamber quiet. Do I got to use my gavel again? Okay, well, we're just going to give y'all 60 seconds to relax.
It's not going to be anybody to listen to him anyway. Yeah.
Okay, next up, we have council reports. District 7, Eric Younger. Oh, by the way, Councilor Younger, happy birthday on January 20th. They don't care. We care. We care about your birthday.
Good grief. All right. As I stated before, I'm actually excited about, I'm excited for Tom Nucky and the Public Works crew, because I don't think they're going to have to develop the Oyster Bay site for a congregate, whatever you called it. And now you can get part of your professional life back. So congratulations, Tom and Katie. Congratulations. And I'm excited for Plan B, even though I didn't vote for it, because I want it to work. I want it to happen, and I'll do whatever I can in my powers as a council member working with this body to ensure it happens. And I assume the mayor will take time to reflect, and he's going to do the same thing too. In fact, I know he is, because he's for what's best for the city of Bremerton. So I'm looking forward. And you know what? I'm thinking out loud. This doesn't preclude the city going down January 20th or before then and pitching a thing with our partners, if we can figure out what that is, and try to get grant fund money starting next week. So I'm excited for that as well. And we're moving forward. I just hope it was the right decision. And one of my mottos, again, being the old timer, I told some of the new people, you make your vote and then you move on. So I'm here with the rest of the council saying, let's go option B and let's make this work. Thank you.
Thank you. District 6, Anna, Vice President Mockler. There's important people here. We're here.
Okay, so District 6, council report. Next, please. As always, every month on the second Monday from 4 to 6, Public Works is kind enough to let me use their conference room for the District 6 Town Hall. The next one will be 12th February. Next slide, please. Okay. Alrighty then. So here's something that's going to be happening next week, which is Project Connect is doing a point in time count. There we go. And so if you can get hold of Kitsap Housing and Homelessness Coalition, or grab Jill, who probably knows all about it as well. There's a real need for volunteers here in Bremerton. Paulsbo, Bainbridge, they're doing fine, but we could really use people. And the Project Connect event actually is next Wednesday from the morning until around 2 o'clock. And it's an opportunity for people to connect with services, to connect with all kinds of things that they might need, and to be treated with dignity. I went last year and I got to say, it was really pretty swell. That's pretty much it for the council report. I could go on, but I feel after it gets to be 11 p.m. No. Thank you all. And I'd really like to shout out to the Bay Vista community. Well done.
Thank you. Next up, District 5, Michael Goodnow.
No report from me tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, District 4, Jane Robolowski.
Well, the good news is I got a approval to start having district meetings monthly at Bremerton High School. We haven't set down the date yet, but most likely it's going to be on Thursdays because I have tons of meetings on Tuesdays. So that's all I have for tonight, and I look forward to a short meeting next week.
Thank you. District 3, Jeff Coughlin.
I'll fly through some slides here. I do want to say, Mayor, I know we haven't always seen eye to eye on things, but one thing I've never doubted is your love for this city, your commitment towards it, and I know everything you do is for this city. I really do mean that. So I know we're gonna work together going forward. Real quick on slides here, as the mayor already has shown, just a kudos to Public Works for this great outreach on Washington 11th, great infographics and explanation of what's going on. Next slide. Also, yay, 6th Street. I know that's out for basically looking for bids for design. So fantastic work there, getting a whole website together with information. Next slide. Good news on streeteries, or more officially calling them parklets. A Public Works Committee last night. Major thanks to Director Nucky for looking into updated WashDOT recommendation on NACDO guidance. Sounds like we're going to be able to work together with our current businesses that have streeteries to renew their permits and then work on a permanent plan going forward. So thanks so much for that. And then next slide, I think this is what Councilor Mockler wanted to show as well. yeah, regarding homelessness, point in time count on the left. If anyone's looking to volunteer, for that important, project. And then on the right, Kids Up Project Connect, Bremerton, January 24th, 10 to 2 at the Salvation Army, and other locations for folks needing, information and resources. And then I'll do 2 more slides and call it. Really great to attend again the Kitsap County Martin Luther King Jr. Celebration Day. A lot of great speakers and a really great choir on the bottom left there. And the next slide will just be my last. So great to see the 25th anniversary naming by the city. You can go back to the last one. I'll end it here. Of the downtown library, and officially renamed by the Library Association as the Dr. MLK Junior Branch. And it did make me reflect, not to lose sight of. I know we've had a lot going on, but I know we're coming up in a couple of months on the 1-year anniversary of creating the Race Equity Advisory Commission. I know there's been a lot of hard work by our consultants, who have heard great things about what they're doing. This did just remind me, if it's possible to get an update on the status of that consultant and the recommendations for our DEI hire and commission staffing. I would definitely appreciate that, and I'll end it there. Well, thank you all.
Thank you. District 2, Denise Fry.
Think we can go ahead and put up that slide, Dave. I'm having a district meeting this Saturday. It's going to be held at the proposed site for the hybrid shelter. This has the address on it. Mayor, I'd love to see you there. And the community partners will all be there. This is a proposed site, not anything. I mean, we're just talking at this point. But it is a great way to get a vision, you know, to be there and to start seeing something, I think can really help with people who are struggling to figure out how this might work. So there'll be a lot of opportunity for questions, for challenges, for, you know, whatever, bring it. I think engaging the community before, you know, it's final is a good thing. And so I'm really hoping that people in President Chamberlain's district and District 1 that abuts this as well. It really is an East Bremerton site. So I'm really hoping that people show up. I know that there are a number of businesses that I've already talked to who will be attending. They want to know more. 2 of them are actually really pretty supportive of it. So, you know, yes, we're going to get pushback, but I think when we go out of our way to reach out to the community and try to give them as much information as possible and get their input, then that pushback dissipates. I look forward to a time when Bremerton, I'm looking forward to my district adopting this thing. You know, I really do. I see people volunteering down there. I will. I would be proud to have this in my district. And that's not an easy thing for a council person to say. But I can see it, and I want to share that vision with all of you. Our community partners are going to be there, and again, Mayor, I really hope that you can make it. Thank you.
Well, I guess I know what I'm doing on Saturday. I guess I'm going to a meeting over the Swing Set Mall in the rain, which is fine. Because I'm a Pacific Northwesterner. Mayor, it sounds like we get to take the heat instead now. You're welcome. And I already know what that's like. I already been through that. You were there. You know, I was at the center of this, kind of an angry group of people. So I just, it was hard. And so, I guess that's on us now. You know, when I was, nobody's here there, you know what? Nobody's going to remember our council reports. They're going to go back to that moment where I tried to like point of order Jeff and like, you know, Councilor Coughlin. That's going to play on loop. Like, the conduits got that one. But when I was, when my kids were young, I was going through, we went through custody battle and, you know, and it was hard at the time. It was really hard and messy. And now I can look back at it in a different frame of mind and think, well, there were two parents that really love their kids and wanted the best for them. So it doesn't really matter who won. In the end, I got more rights every time I went back, but that's neither here nor there, because that's also speaking to the fact that this is probably going to change. Things are going to change. So I want us to be wary of that. I'm excited about pallet shelters, to be honest. I'm excited about a hybrid model because that is proven to be a much better solution. Thank you. That's it. The next study session will be held in the 6th floor council conference room next Wednesday, January 24th, beginning at 5 p.m. with a remote option available by Zoom to listen in. This concludes tonight's regular council business. Meeting is adjourned. Thank you.
Recording stopped.